Okay, does it work? Does it work? Getting sound? Heck yeah. Hello, everybody. Thank you, H, for popping in so early. Today we're going to do more bush flying because I'm a little obsessed with it right now. Um, uh, I found yesterday that there is a 500-foot long runway in Iceland. And I'm going to be honest, I want to try it. I want to believe that it's a 500-foot long runway is doable. We cannot do it in Pilatus Chan. Pilatus Chan is incapable of such a feat. She's a little too big, a little too heavy. But I have a plane that I think might be able to. If I can remember where this is. How long is this guy? Oh my god. Iceland. Give me some real runways. Like, give me something hard, fam. Is this our guy? This isn't our guy. I found it last night, and I've been obsessed with it overnight of making the attempt at landing at an apocalyptically short runway. Maybe this guy? No! No! Is it you? No. Tomorrow is voice reveal time. If I don't catch you, if I don't catch your stream, I will watch the VOD to hear the voice reveal. Happy to hear that you've gotten that many followers. That's 1,800 feet. Gosh darn it, I want 500. Well, if I can't find it, because I didn't put it in my favorites, we might have to get creative, but that's okay. Iceland is a country I desperately want to visit, because if you're into geology like I am, it's kind of like Disney World, especially for volcanology. Huh. Well, darn. I thought I found it. Now I don't know. Maybe? No. What about you? How long are you? Gosh darn it, Iceland. Stop building such... There it is. There it is. Set as a rival. Okay. And let's take off somewhere beautiful, because Iceland is gorgeous. Here we go. What runway is this? Oh, grass one runway. Perfect. Let's start as... set as departure. Okay, 52 minutes, 100 nautical miles. I think that's good flight for today, but we're not going to fly Pilatus Chan, because Pilatus Chan's too big, too heavy for the takeoff. So we're going to fly in something a little bit more backcountry aggressive. The Kit Fox could probably do it, but I've had trouble getting the Kit Fox to work. So what we're looking for is the Cub Crafters X Cub. When it comes to bush planes, this thing is a freaking Ferrari. Like, what this thing can do is just... I'm gonna leave this set in... let's get my liveries. Oh yeah, let's take that one up. I'll have to go back to weight and balance. Okay, good. All right, there we go. But yeah, that's exciting, a voice reveal. Wind is 18 knot, or 0 knots. Sorry, I was like about to be terrified. All right, wind looks pretty nice. 137 degrees. 18 minutes. Okay. I think we're ready to go. I'm going to keep my throttle at 0. Let's fly. Now, it's been a while since... I think this is the Garmin G3 that's in this plane. It's been a while since I've used the Garmin G3, so it'll take me just a second to get set up here. Once I get the plane started. You know, I've never flown a Cessna 172 on stream. Kind of because it's boring. You know? Oh, it started us? Uggs to the max. This makes me sad. Let's go ahead and split this. Alright, we'll get up in the air and get on autopilot, and then we'll handle everything. Let me make sure everything's set and good. Fuel pump's on. Magnetos are good. Alternator's on. Battery master's good. Let's go ahead and kick our landing lights on. I want to have them on. Let's set them to pulse because it's daytime. Our avionics master is good. Let's go ahead and set our altitude to, I don't know how high stuff is, so let's just set it to like let's set this up to like 6,000 feet until we know really what's going on here. I'd love to get a weather report from something near here. Well, it's at 45 feet, so that will give me the chance to set my barrow correctly. Barrow set. Pressure's high here today. About 45 feet. That's close enough to being set correctly. Alright, I think we're ready to go. And if we're not, we're going to figure out what's wrong. Controls are free and clear. Okay, let's bring our prop out to high output. Let's bring our throttle. Ah, that killed the engine. Hang on. There we go. Let's bring our throttle all the way into rich, or our mixture. Let's do our run up. Okay, there we go. We're good. We're ready to take off. It's a little snowy, but I think we'll be okay. Sorry for the coughs, everybody. There's like one or two other things I want to configure really quickly. I want to figure out how do I show. Okay, that's good to know. Direct to nearest menu. Okay. I want to go to PFD options. More options. Wind vector. Speed and direction. Okay. Pointers. Heading right. Horse barrow. Press to toggle knob action. Let's enable press to toggle. Sweet. Alright. I'll just go back. Alright, here we go. I still remember how to use the G3000. Alright, let's get some flaps. Emergency or parking brake off. Normal brake on. Here we go. You're going to notice that this plane does not take a lot of run up. The needle is alive, tail wheel's off the ground. And we're up. We ain't gonna get anywhere very fast, everybody. But that's not really what this plane is for. This plane is about flying low and slow. We're gonna go ahead and turn inland. This plane does have a pretty remarkable climb rate. But I'm going to have to what's the word? I'm going to have to rethink how I fly, because this plane is absolutely not the Pilatus. It'll do a great number of remarkable things, but it is not my dearest Pilatus chan. Oh, hey, thanks, H. Redeemed, highlight my message, 100. Thank you, H, I appreciate it. Yeah, so this plane is definitely... Now, the views out the sides are so much better than the Pilatus. When I say flying low and slow, you're doing this in this plane because the views... I mean, we're going to be flying over... Iceland here today. And it's going to be beautiful. At sunset, too. I'm keeping the throttle up pretty high here until we reach our cruise, a reasonable cruising altitude. Bring that sucker down to... Okay, there we go. Now, one thing that this plane has... I have one thing too. What do I do with this plane? I'm not sure. I have no idea how Twitch works. Outside of just basic streaming, I am, like, horrible with the Twitch. Climb rate up. It does actually look like we're probably heading up to 1,000. So let's go ahead and bring that, or 6,000. Let's go ahead and bring that sucker up to 6,000. Okay, let's trim this plane into this climb a little bit so I'm not biting my stick here. There we go. Wish I had a better rudder trim in this thing. Okay. They've done some upgrades in the old G3000 there. I'm pretty sure I'm seeing some more gauges there. We're going to have to take a look at those eventually. Are these my EGTs? That's pretty cool. Exhaust gas temperatures on all 4 of my cylinders. Got my cylinder head temperature there, which is running a little hot. I've got a fuel gauge. I don't know what that gauge at the bottom is. I got a turn coordinator. That's pretty good. Man, they have really made upgrades to the G3000 in this game. They make it work a lot more like it's supposed to. A couple facts about this plane. This is a plane that you can build as a kit. This is a kit buildable plane. It is, I believe this one that we're in does not have the turbocharged engine, but you can get a turbocharged engine that will allow you much higher, the ability to fly at much higher altitudes. But these planes, bush flying has become exceedingly popular the last couple years because of the opportunities it grants you to kind of make your own adventure. You know, these planes are wildly capable machines. These days they can do just simply remarkable stuff. I actually, in this game, started a flight around the world in this plane. Let me know if you guys would be interested to see that continued, though it is not very exciting. A lot of it is right now is flying over water. But this plane has a supposedly a 600-mile range, which is just spectacular and kind of unbelievable for the size of the plane. Alright, let's go ahead and look down here. I want to go ahead and fire up. Where's my flight director? That is selected. I want to go ahead and see if this plane will just set into set it to nav. Okay. Vertical speed. It looks like it's going to bring us up to altitude here pretty quickly and nicely. Now that we're at altitude, let's go ahead and lean our throttle out. We're looking to get around. I'm going to back the throttle off just a little bit. We'll drop a little bit of speed here, but that's okay. We'll drop our speed just a little bit. There we go. We should be able to go lean of peak here. There we go. About 5.6 gallons an hour is a good spot for it, as I remember. There we go. Okay, and there we go. We're settled into a nice cruise. We do have some weather coming up, so immediately we're going to have to change our altitude. There is no anti-icing on this craft, and we're going to hit this weather pretty quickly. So I'm going to go ahead and drop our altitude down to 4,000. Bring our throttle back a little bit so we don't overspeed the plane. And we're going to try to climb down out of this because we do not want to ice up out here. Once again, this is not a plane that has anti-icing of any kind on it. Outside temperature is currently 1°C, so we might not ice, but it's good to be careful. You're not really supposed to fly through clouds without being in IFR. Okay, so that's good. Let's go ahead and set our altitude back up to 5,000. Come up at 500 feet an hour, maybe a little higher, just to clear this mountain in front of us. I'm playing, I fly a lot of these planes manually, but I'm spending the time to learn how their automated flight systems work, because it is very helpful to have. It allows you to now I want to know if I could do an approach. Go ahead and kill our full split screen real quick because we need to be higher very quickly now. 1,000 feet, vertical on, select upwards. Setting for best rate of climb. More throttle here. There we go. That'll get us up and over this mountain. Back to this. I'm looking for flight planning. What I'm really looking for is procedures. Leg distance, leg DTK. Traffic. That's pretty cool. Pretty alone out here. Satellite status. That's pretty neat. Engineering. Oh yes, they finally have a engineering assist page with our fuel remaining. Fuel used. This is awesome. So actually what I should do next time is I should set up my fuel remaining. In fact, I could do that right now. Hang on. I have 22.76 plus, so I have, we'll go with 47 gallons remaining. So we'll just go boop, boop, boop. 47 gallons remaining. Enter. There we go. See? Awesome. That's super cool. You do have to switch between your fuel tanks manually on this plane. So we have a fuel tank up here, right there. That's my fuel gauge. And then I have a fuel tank right there. You see that fuel gauge? So when this one gets down to about like 20, I'll pick it over to the other side. That is awesome, though. Sorry, I'm nerding out about this, but I have genuinely like really, really useful stuff here. Okay, and you can see my nautical mile range without wind is just going super high right there. 844 nautical miles. This is the reason I chose this plane as the one to, you can see the shadow there. We're actually kind of low. But this is a low and so slow aircraft. My stuff, let's go ahead and go up by another 300 feet, just to be safe. There we go. We're flying over the beautiful ice field here, which is just, we're a little close. You know, probably a smart idea to bring the plane up just a little bit. So I've been playing Outer Wilds a lot, and I'm really bad at it. I just wanted people to know that. Info, data fields, position, traffic. No, this is like full. Add a waypoint. Yeah, I don't think we can actually do automated approaches in this plane. It has an approach mode. So I think there's a way to do it, but I don't know how. Let's pull our cabin heat on. It's probably pretty cold out there today. I'm going to heat the carb a little bit. Just running through we can probably turn our landing lights off. I'll switch them over to steady for when we turn them back on. But yeah, anyways, this is a like $300,000 or $400,000 plane if you decide to just buy it. But you can build this thing if you want to. It is a just awesome plane. Looking around, you can see it's not hugely well appointed. I guess not well appointed is a terrible way to put it. It is there we go. Barrow is set. It's not a hugely well appointed plane, but it's not meant to be. This plane is meant to be light and to go places where other planes cannot go. That's its whole purpose in the world. That's what bush flying is all about, is really flying into unprepared runways out in the middle of nowhere. Speaking of, let's go ahead and check out our destination airport. It's B-I-K-E, Bike. There it is, Bike. Okay, we're looking at runway 2 or 20 or 200. These are the ones. Now we have air coming out towards the from the north. It appears to be. So our plan will be to go ahead and land at runway 2. Oh, here we go. Use timer, audio panel, XPDR. Oh, that's for my transponder. Back. Menu. Flight controls. What do I have here? Pilot, navigation, heading, altitude, VNav, nose up, nose down. Okay, pretty cool. So I've got backup controls for everything. Oh, pretty cool stuff. All right. So now we have our little inset map, which is going to be really helpful. We are just flying along the glacial highlands of Iceland. Not a ton to see outside, but that's all right. This plane is also exceptionally good for sightseeing because it just does not fly very fast. I've got us backed out to here to about 2/3 throttle. We're doing 90 knots. GPS speed says we're doing 101 knots. And yeah. You can still see our shadow down there on the ground from time to time. And yeah, just enjoying a beautiful day of flying here in Iceland. Thankfully, the days are quite long, so we don't have to worry about it getting super dark very soon. But yeah, I downloaded a free update from Flight Simulator that really I'm kind of blown away. I'm kind of blown away at just how good the update was for these avionics systems. Like, they work. When this game first came out, I'm just going to tell you, the avionics were rough. They were rough. I'm trying to think of other interesting things about this spectacular aircraft. Sorry, I forgot. I'm adjusting my prop here. I forgot to adjust it. There we go. Better. All right, that will help us take bigger bites out of the air, and you can see our EGTs are a little bit lower now. My cylinder head temperature is still a bit high, which concerns me. Menu. How do I go to? I had it up to split. Go to engineering. Main. We're looking good on everything else. What does lean assist do? Okay, let's check our... Oh, hey, you're back. Thanks for coming back. Let's check our remaining fuel. Endurance looks good. We used 0.8 of gallons since I reset this. I should have set this on the ground. I didn't know I had. Kind of a long flight today, but we should be able to get a estimated time of arrival here. Okay. Let's see what we can do about that. You can spec these planes without the G3, the Garmin G3. It is a, but as you can see, in a single screen, you just have an absolute massive amount of data. And then, of course, as an aircraft, you have to have your backups. So I have this spare screen here running a separate altimeter, separate wind speed monitor. That way, were my Garmin G3 to die, I could land the plane. You could even have an additional screen right here on this covered up plaque. But yeah, as you can see, the plane is pretty well appointed for something so small. These are not cheap planes. Were I a millionaire, though, I would say there would be signs. I would probably want to own something like this. I considered getting a pilot's license a couple years ago. There was an aircraft made by a guy named Mike K. Absolutely check his YouTube channel out. It's amazing, called Draco. And the joke was, for all the, I wanted to get like tail wheel certification, turboprop certification, all this stuff. And the joke among my friends was that I was wanting to get a pilot's license on the off chance that someday I might get to fly Draco. That wasn't entirely true. Draco shares a lot of like avionics and an engine actually with the Pilatus PC-6, which I fly a lot in this game. It's my favorite airplane in the game, because that was kind of my goal, was a Pilatus PC-6 flight someday. I always have like tons of stuff I want to talk about on stream, you know, give my opinions on things, and then the moment this stream starts, bloop, just completely gone. In my life, big news, my air conditioner is broken again. So this will be 3 months and now some change that I've spent without air conditioning this year. I do have my window unit going full power to try to keep this apartment like reasonably cool, but oh dear is it bad. That's okay though, because the next 2 nights here where I live in Colorado, it's going to be in the 40s. So I'm probably just going to open my windows. All right. Once again, not a lot to see, just snow fields out here. You can see the shadow of my plane way out there, which goes away when I zoom in for some reason. But yeah, one of the most fun things about flying this plane, and the reason I chose it to fly around the world, is it has just unbelievable range. I mean, going back to splitting my screen here, and going over to my engineering page, you can see that, number one, my EGTs have fallen really well. My cylinder head temperatures, it states I'm running lean. I'm using my lean assist. I'm wondering if I can lean it out more. See, I drop in speed too much there. I don't want to drop my speed down that much. So we'll bring it back up to 5.6 gallons per hour, which seems to really be the, seems to truly be the happy spot for this. My fuel calculation shows I still have a 700 nautical mile fuel range without wind, and I have a very light wind. So this plane, that's what's amazing about this plane. That's why it's one of my favorite planes outside of the Pilatus, is what the Pilatus has is power. What this plane has is just absolutely spectacular range. I'm getting 18 nautical miles to the gallon, which if you work that out, like, I'll work that out on with a calculator for you right now. Sorry I'm being boring and nerding out, but 18 nautical miles to miles. That's 20.714 nautical miles to the gallon. This aircraft almost gets better fuel economy than my car does on the highway. God, I own a stupid car. Okay, let's get this selected. But as you can see, we are flying over the beautiful, once again, these are just beautiful snow wastes of Iceland. We are just settled completely in here. I didn't realize Iceland was this big, otherwise I would have picked a much, much closer airport to attempt this flight from, but I'm committed, so we're gonna do it together. Also, this just gives me plenty of time to kind of, once again, explore what has been added to this remarkable, like, suite of tools that they give you. I'm gonna go ahead and get my headings. That will be my runway heading, the runway I would like to land on. We gotta make very sure. I mean, most planes like to land and take off into the wind. Obvious, I know, but I'm just reiterating it for those of you who don't fly. We need to be very, very sure that we do that this time. We have 499 feet to try to land this plane. So we need to be very, very sure that we're going to be able to do this. It is a dirt runway. Let's take a look. Everything's dirt here, so it's going to be, I'm hoping we'll even be able to see it. I'm beginning to wonder if we're not even going to be able to see it. Like, it does not show up, so we may get here and there may not be no runway because it'll be snowed in. We'll have to see. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it, H. I do. I really do. Thank you. You are my only viewer right now today because I don't know. People are probably doing things. It's beginning to become fall. Being outside is so much nicer. To those of you though, this is a good time to bring it up. To those of you who are watching my videos on YouTube, I don't interact with the chat a lot or the comments a lot, but I really try to. Thank you so much for watching. It does make a difference to see, you know, to pop in a couple times a week and see those viewing numbers and be like, oh, there are other people who just may not be able to watch at the time I stream but are interested in my content. I really do appreciate it, and I am committing to, like, if you leave comments, I will answer them. Because, you know, I'm working on that. I know I'm not the best when it comes to interacting with my community outside of stream, but I'm working on it. Just absolutely gorgeous. So Microsoft 2024, there's a new topic. I've seen a lot of the stuff. I will say that I intend on buying the game. I intend on purchasing the game. I may not be able to right away when it comes out, but I intend to. The game looks amazing. They're doing a lot of cloud features, which makes me a little nervous. I have a pretty good internet connection, but you always wonder. You're streaming for 10 hours. Why do you do these things to yourself? That's so long. That's so long. The longest stream I think I've ever done is just underneath 8 hours, and that was a Kerbal stream. I'm a little bound this week by the fact that I'm leaving on a business trip Monday morning. So if my upload has not finished uploading by Monday morning, I won't be able to upload my video to YouTube till next weekend, unfortunately, simply because of the nature of my internet connection. My download speed is very high, my upload speed is not so good. Have another drink. Sorry, I'm talking to you. Only Valo. Oh, Valorant. Okay, yeah, I saw you playing that earlier. I've never played that game. It's like a hero shooter. I was actually talking to a coworker the other day about what it was like in the good days of Overwatch. Like when like the first year Overwatch came out. I can't believe Blizzard screwed that up. That game was so addicting. That game was addicting on a level that I can't even describe to you how addicting that game was. I'd play that game for hours and hours and hours, match after match after match. And now it's just horrible. They ruined that game. I think their biggest problem was, I think it's important to listen to communities, but I think they listened to their community to such an extent that they were just meddling with their meta constantly. And then when they did the thing where they made it to where like you had to have a certain number of DPS, a certain number of healers, a certain number of like tanks, and people couldn't switch and change, that made me a little bit sad, because I remember there was this point in which we were escorting a payload. I think it was on the map, the Spanish map, the map in Spain, and there's that awesome fatal funnel that you go through, and we just couldn't get through it. So as people died, everybody just started loading up tanks. We had 5 tanks and 1 healer, and we just through brute force pushed the payload through. And it was awesome. It was great. It was super fun. And a lot of that dynamic nature of the game, I feel like, was lost during all the shakeups that Blizzard did to it. Very sad. But no, yeah, I haven't played Valorant, but I have a lot of friends who play it. My taste for hero shooters, just I guess like the destruction of what is it called? Overwatch just made me sad, you know? All right, we are exiting these wastes here, and it looks like the altitude of the ground below us is going to drop off quite a bit here. Let's go ahead and zoom into our map and take a look. Oh yeah. So I think what we can do here is we can start dropping our own altitude so that we keep this low and slow game going. So let me go ahead and select an altitude. Let's go down to 5,500 to start. So I'm going to initiate vertical speed mode, and I am going to go ahead and bring us down to there. And I'll go ahead and drop the throttle back just a little bit. And now we're going to get into that realm of like 3 gallons per hour, like a hilariously small amount of fuel consumption as we drop down into this valley. We're about 42 nautical miles out from our target. Let's close our split back up. It looks like we'll possibly be able to go low and slow for the rest of the flight, which would be nice. That would be very pleasant. And like I said, I'm kind of today just chilling. It does look like currently we're on a collision course with this mountain right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my heading, and I'm going to go ahead and bring it just like this, just over a little bit. And then I'm going to switch off of nav and go to heading. Okay, we're going to see the plane execute the turn over to the heading that I have selected. I hope at least if there's somebody else out there watching my videos playing Flight Sim that they get to learn a little bit from it, because I've watched some YouTube videos, but a lot of how I learned, especially back in the day, the G3000, which is what I'm using right now, learning the G3000 was a lot of trial and error. I have crashed a lot of X-Cubs into mountains and the ground and lakes. Screw it. I think we can actually go down even further. like 4,800 feet. Let me initiate vertical speed mode again, and we'll go down about 200 feet at a time. There we go, 300 feet back. Plus, we need to get below this mist. Once again, you're really not supposed to, outside of, what is it called? ILS flight, fly through mist or fog or clouds like this. You have a lot of, like, emojis and emotes and stuff that you can do, I've noticed. I really need to get sound effects working for this channel. I think, I need free editing software so I can rip some sound effects of my own voice or stupid things I've said. I've got like a couple clips that I really want to tear apart because they're super funny, and put those into sound effects. Oh my god, this is a great playlist I found too. This is a 12 hours of copyright-free music playlist that I'm pulling down off of YouTube right now. What? Oh, you always have these little waves and spins and stuff that you put up that is very fun. At least I see them in my chat on my screen here for chat monitoring. But yeah, sound effects. I do want to do some like redeemable sound effects or something stupid like that. I don't know. I've looked at ways of monetizing my Twitch stuff, and I'm just terrible at it because I'm so terrible at how Twitch works. Like, I'm bad at the Twitches. So, another topic of conversation. Iceland. Iceland exists on the rift in the middle of the Atlantic. So you have two plates that are moving apart, Europe and North America, along with Africa. And they move apart a couple of, like a fraction of an inch a year, a little bit more. The continents in the Atlantic are moving apart about as fast as your fingernails grow. And the trying to think of my words here. The rift point in which they are moving apart is the mid-Atlantic ridge, where magma rises up and creates new oceanic crust there. Sitting right up on top of the mid-Atlantic ridge is Iceland, this island that we are currently flying over. Iceland is slowly but surely being torn, ripped into twain by this action. There we go. So Iceland is slowly being torn apart, which is why there's so much volcanism here. Like this guy right here, to our left, like as we fly by, I shall do my description. This guy right here to our left is obviously, as you can see the crater up here up top. I'm hoping you can see my mouse. Yes, you can. This is obviously a volcanic cone. So at one point in history, or even now, this is a volcano. But this is a volcanic field, so I'm doubting that any of these hills to our left, that guy over there could be another volcanic cone just heavily eroded. And you have these small complexes which are probably made up of volcanic stuff. That is almost very clearly a volcanic cone right there that we're flying by. Funnily enough, there's another rift area in Africa that is in Kenya and Tanzania, as part of Africa is slowly being pulled away from it. So in these rift valleys, it's very, very interesting. At least in Africa, it is. You'll just be driving along through like this plain, and through in the distance, you'll just see a nearly 20,000-foot volcano just in the middle of a field. There's very few mountains around it. That's Kilimanjaro. To the south of Kilimanjaro, you have Mount Meru, which is also just hangs. It's buddies with Kilimanjaro, and they look like they're right next to each other when you're up on top of them. But it's the drive between them takes like well over an hour. They're super far apart. Okay, so what we're going to do is we get back close. We're going to go ahead and hit our nav. The plane is going to go ahead and turn back towards its track. I need to see what this is. Is this my fuel? I think it's this is my fuel, but it shows it as 0. I don't know what this is. I also don't know what this is. Left, right, blah, blah, blah. I need to learn what these guys are. In fact, that's something we can do right now. Let's go to menu. Ooh. VFR map, IFR, terrain. Ooh, weather. Traffic. Oh, I have map options. This is cool. Setup map. Auto zoom off. Orientation north up. Compass arc. Ooh. Map topo shading. Terrain shading. On. Okay. Well, it was already on, so it's a little weird. Line. Track log. Record mode. Track log interval. So they still have a little bit of work to do, but that is pretty cool. Scroll list. Select tab. There are more tabs. Large airport, large and medium text, small airport text. Airways. Oh man, it'd be great if I could turn airways on. That'd be so cool. VORs. Airspace. Weather data. On. Text, user waypoint. Oh my god, this is like amazing. Alright, let's go to main menu real quick. Ooh. More options. Lateral deviation, synthetic vision, flight path marker. Synthetic vision, lateral deviation. Okay. Hide. Show. Okay. Sorry, I'm learning with you guys on how all this crap works. Press the toggle knob action. No, we have that enabled. Inside knob action. Okay. Menu. Okay, inset windows. Off, type with the map on the right side. I can't. Thank you. Sweet. Bearing pointers. GPS. VLOC 2. VLOC 1. VLOC 2. Nearest airport. GPS. Off. Okay, that's useful. Oh my god, I need to start my flight around the world again. This changes everything. This is like so useful. Let's go ahead and probably gonna violate some airspace here in a second, but who cares? What's Iceland gonna do? Attack me with their military? Ha! I require not, or I worry not about their military. Okay. Oh my god, look at the reflection coming. I need to download the Iceland, I think I need to download the Iceland terrain thing. This is kind of sad. I don't think lakes really look like this. I'll look into that, everybody. If we do any more Iceland flying, I'll look into downloading their terrain and mapping. I needed to clean out the drive that I normally put all this on, though, because, oh my god, my drive that I normally put my games on, it's gotten so... I think 300 gigs of my gaming drive is devoted to Microsoft Flight Simulator. Like, it's a problem. I know, everybody, it's a problem. Oh my god, coffee is so good. Alright. We're probably at a point where it is time to switch our fuel. Actually, we're still looking pretty good on it. Let me check my fuel tanks real quick. So, oh my god, I can do this using this. I can go to split, go over to engineering, fuel calculator. Yeah, I've got 19 gallons there and 24 gallons on the right. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and switch to our right tank. 37, Jesus. Okay, we've just switched our fuel from our right tank to our left tank, or our left tank to our right tank, so we'll be pulling out of this wing now. So we'll be able to watch this gauge go down, but having a digital gauge here is beautiful. We still have a pretty spectacular no-wind range of 667 nautical miles and 6.5 hours of endurance. We are kicking the butt right now. Let's bring this back over to our map. I don't consider myself to be crazy here. Let's take a quick look at our map again. I don't think we're really going to encounter any super high up stuff. So I think what we need to do, everybody, is we need to start thinking about descending. I'll tell you, let's check our VFR map. I want to know what the altitude is. 2,038 feet. So let's go ahead and set our altitude select. Let's go down to 3,500 feet. Let's select our vertical speed. We don't need vertical. Okay. Let me go ahead and bring my... We're actually getting kind of close, so I'm going to go ahead and see if we can really... I don't know what FLC mode is. I'm going to have to look that up eventually. Let's go ahead and richen our mixture up a little bit. There we go. Just because we're going to be dropping in altitude here, I want to get my mixture richened up just a little bit so that we have, we can get ready. When we land, I'll probably put my mixture to almost all the range. When you're landing near sea level, you can do that. Fun fact, if you're flying in my home state of Colorado, you are still so high up on the ground that you will flood the engine if you richen your mixture all the way with certain planes. We should level out here in just a second. We're going to get ready to land. Now, everybody, the point of this entire flight was to try to land at... oh, and I missed your chat there. I did it, 37 kills. That is spectacular. The only time I ever had that in a hero shooter was we did a... what do they call it? A pirate ship strategy in... Overwatch, where a group of friends and I set up Bastion on the payload, and we had shields, And as we just rolled through the entire match, I just rolled along and murdered literally everybody around us. It was great. Okay, we're set here. Altitude looks good. And we are looking pretty good. I am now looking for this airport. I think that might be it. Let's bring our map up. I believe that's it. I believe it's right there. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Plane start to turn. Here in a second, I'm going to take over and begin actively flying this thing. What I really want to do is look out the side of the plane and see if I can actually even see this airport. Unless I think it actually is over these highlands. Let me go ahead and go back to nav. We're going to try not to crash here, but I may have to take over pretty quickly. Nav is engaged, so when we catch our GPS track, we'll turn towards it. It's over there somewhere. Really hoping that we actually see a runway eventually here in a second. Otherwise, this could get exciting. Latch. Okay, there we go. We're going to latch on to our navigation track. Here we go. I'm gonna let the plane just once again turn us ever so gently. We should be on to GPS and nav. Watching my speed really carefully here because we're pretty low. Once again, bush plane, capable of flying very low to the ground. God, that is a massive amount of glare from the sun. All right, autopilot off because we're coming up on this hill here and I want to make sure we make it over. So I'm just going to take over for a while and fly this plane myself. Sorry for the squeaky chair, everybody. I too hate the tyranny of the squeaky chair. It's just what I have to deal with. Go back to a full screen here. So synthetic view is kind of amazing. Kind of awesome that Garmin has it. All right, we're going to head a little bit south of our target line here. Reason being is I just getting set up for landing here. I want to get set up in such a way where I can turn towards my 20-degree marker and be basically lined up with this airport. Frighteningly enough, I am not seeing a runway. I am not seeing a runway anywhere here. Should be out there. Okay, drop the throttle a little bit. Throttling down just a tiny bit. I'm going to try to start lowering my altitude ever so slightly. I'm going to bring my What's up, Zetabyte? How are you doing? Thanks for popping in. You're getting ready to watch me attempt to land on a 500-foot runway that I may not even be able to see. We're flying over Iceland today, doing more bush flying. Today we are not in Pilatus-Chan, my favorite airplane ever. We are in a... What's good? Well, like I said, I'm going to try to do a terrifying landing here. We are not in Pilatus-Chan, my favorite plane in this game. We are flying a X-Cub from Cub Crafters, which is a spectacular bush plane in its own right, but a little bit smaller and without some of the features of the larger Pilatus. It also doesn't nearly have as much power, though it makes up for it in being incredibly lightweight. Okay, there's a road. That's some sign of civilization, and that road is plowed. That gives me some faith that maybe, just maybe, we're going to get to this airport. This is a remaster of Freelancer? Unfortunately, no. This is Microsoft Flight Simulator. I don't only like space games, I love to fly. Flying is one of those great things I do that relaxes the hell out of me if I've had a very stressful week or month. Especially bush flying, like what we're doing now. This is just, I find this to be one of the most, like, relaxing things in the world. Though I need to finish up Freelancer. I need to hop back on one of these days and play it just a little bit more and enjoy it. It was a heck of a lot of fun. Though I've kind of beaten everything and I've almost been... There's like 2 or 3 systems I haven't been to. So I think the main goal, if I play Freelancer again, is going to be to finish my grand tour of the Sirius sector and go everywhere. Go ahead and pop outward here. There we go. Okay, it's actually showing me runways, which is super convenient. All right, let's take a close look here. It is actually showing me a runway. Holy crap. Holy crap. So we should be able to line up right now. Here we go. Get this trash out of my way. We're gonna have to use the map and our intuition here to line up. This is runway 2, so this should be 20-degree runway. Still don't see it. I'm thinking it's that field right there. Landing on a 500-foot dirt runway when it's snowed in. Not my most intelligent decision I've ever made. There it is. Oh, holy crap. Okay, I got it. I got it. Here we go. we go. I think we gotta land on it here on this riverbank, and then we gotta stop before we get to the road. Here we go. Oh, that was rough. Get down. Get down. Okay, we're gonna fly across the... Oh, and we're dead. Alright. In the winter, 500 feet might not be the best. Might not be the best goal there. Let me go see if I can find a super short runway somewhere else. Speaking of flying, I was flying sky high over our win over Bournemouth. 3-0 now. Just now. Pog. Is that a football thing? Is that for football? Not football, but football? Alright, let's go see if we can find another mega short runway. Wait, where the hell is this? Is there an 8,000 foot runway in northern Canada? Oh my god, there is. And there's a cathedral next to it. That's fascinating. What I really need, though... Okay, I know for a fact that there are some little itty-bitty runways out in Idaho. Yeah, it's the sport where you kick the ball, so it's not hand-to-egg. That's Montana. You know what? Yeah, let's do it. Let's do some backcountry flying in Idaho. All right, but a lot of these airports are gonna suck for backcountry flying. I want mega short runways. That's 4,000 feet of dirt. I want to test myself, you know? I want to test myself. That's Calgary. It's kind of hard to tell what's the United States and what isn't when you're in the Rockies. Just the name, though. Yeah, you know, old hand egg isn't... Okay, this. Now we're getting into it. 1,700 feet. That's a good takeoff point. In fact, what I want... So this is Bozeman, Montana. We want to go shorter, though. I know Idaho is the way to go. Warm Springs, Deer Lodge, Drummond... Bonner, Florence, Frenchtown, 9 miles. Here we go. Gosh darn it. Superior. Come on, Idaho. Give me something good. Okay, that looks good. 1,600 feet of grass. I'm starting to see little stuff, though. Little stuff. Oh my god, there's a seaplane runway. Tanglefoot. Okay. We're abandoning bush flying for now. I want to fly a seaplane. I don't get to fly them very often. As in association. Speaking of the name, back in the day when the name of football EU was soccer, so interesting. Okay. E28 Tanglefoot. Okay. I am going to set this. Let's grab a seaplane. I haven't flown a seaplane in a while, everybody. Let's grab ourselves a seaplane. Aircraft selection. Now the question is, do we want to go new or do we want to go tailspin up in this thing? This plane takes forever to start, but as you can imagine, is unbearably cool. Or we'll fly something a bit more modern. I also have the Beaver in here with floats, which actually work. Where's the Beaver? This guy is super fun to fly on water. But yeah, the NFL should be called National Rugby League. I mean, it shares a lot of... American football shares a lot. I think we can all say a lot with rugby. Like, it is... The only thing is this plane does not have an autopilot, but neither does this one. Which non-autopiloted seaplane do we want? Or do we want an autopiloted? You know what? Let's take something modern. I so rarely fly modern planes in this, or planes with like what I would call to be like modern accoutrement. And you know, we'll do a... Let's set this as our arrival. And then let's fly... How far away is this? That can't be that far. 18 nautical miles. You know what? Let's fly out of... Well, there's my super little runway right there. Dang it. After I've already committed to flying out on a... I'd like a plane that, or a runway that has parking. Okay, that's all right. We're still looking. Here we go. We'll do a super short flight out of Sandpoint. Fly to Oslo. My city. Okay, we'll do that next. I mean, it's going to be very cold and at night, so I'll have to break out my favorite plane, Pilatus-chan. But yeah, screw it. Let's start right here. Set as departure. 14 nautical miles, or 14 minutes, 20 nautical miles. Yeah, I don't very often get to do seaplane flying when I stream, even though I should. No one's like preventing me from doing it, and I should do it more. But let's do some seaplane flying. I love flying a good seaplane. Boeing 737 Classic. Okay, despite the jokes that I could make about the Boeing 747, I am also just terrible at flying like big modern jets. There's so much to think about, and they're very scary. And they're very big and hard to fly. I fly little plane. You know, you can, there's a million streamers out there that'll do a flight, you know, from like San Francisco to Hawaii in a 747. No, not Poopy Poop. Poopy fly little plane. Little non-scary plane. All right. Let's get this plane turned on first. I think I need to enable my fuel. Okay, there's my fuel. This is my wing lock system. This is my parachute. This is my... How is this cabin lighting? That's not where that goes. Cabin lighting should be here. These are my fuses, so let's check those. Let's make sure everything's good. All right. I gotta remember how to start this thing. Let's go master on. I think my mom's cousin worked at Boeing. Interesting. All right, we've got that up. Let's go ahead and switch to our map. 3D vision. Still loading. There it is. Waypoint info. I don't remember. I forgot what company makes this setup. Map. Okay. 3D vision. Is there a menu option? Declutter, change data fields, setup map. Map orientation, DTK up. Set compass. Map. Okay, what plan nearest? This is my radio. Yeah, honestly, the aesthetic is very similar for this plane. This plane was designed to be extremely car-like. Like, I kid you not. All right, let's go ahead and get our pushback here. Looks kind of plain. It is a little bit on the inside, but this plane can do some... If you want to get into a seaplane that you are not building from a kit, this is about as cheap as it goes. This plane, it has a very, very shallow It is a very, very shallow draft. So this plane can get you into some places that you just are not going to get into otherwise. Are you going to back me up, bro? This plane is also, the best way I can put it, this plane is remarkably easy to fly. Watch me crash it right after I say that, but genuinely this plane is kind of spectacular in its ability to fly. There we go. All right, we're getting our push back here. Also, very funnily enough, you can buy, if you purchase this plane, oh my god, he backed me in the side of a forklift. You are useless, friend. You are useless. Why is there so much traffic in this parking area? All right, screw it. Let's start up. Okay, so we have strobe on. Let's get our nav lights on. We have a bilge pump, water rudder, our heat, flaps, our trim here. This is our... you put your landing gear up, but that just puts you into water mode, because seaplane. Avionics brightness. All right, here we go. So set magneto B both. Start. There we go. Oil temp is going to be low for a little while, but it is on the rise. Okay. Let's zoom in here. And Y. Transponder. Stand by. There we go. Set that on. There we go. Communications. And really your only navigational system. I don't think this thing can even do VORs. I think you are only on GPS for this guy. All right, let's go ahead and go to tune automated weather.
Kilo Sierra Zulu Tango.
Let's
Automated
get
weather
our
observation.
barometer set up.
Zulu. Wind 006 at 8. Visibility 10. Sky condition clear. Temperature 13 Celsius. Dew point 10 Celsius. Altimeter 302 tree. Kilo Sierra Zulu Tango. Automated weather observation 1700 Zulu.
2-3
Wind
3D vision.
006 at 8. Visibility 10. Sky condition clear. Temperature 13 Celsius.
There is no autopilot in this
Dew
plane,
point 10.
so okay, we're announced to take off to Port North. Okay, here we go. I don't think this is a controlled airport, so screw it. What runway did I say I'm taking off on? Runway 2. Interesting. Okay. All right. Let's fly. Now, one nice thing about this plane is you'll notice that top gauge, that is an angle of attack sensor. Angle of attack sensors are the freaking greatest because they distinctly and very easily allow... Alright, I'm already lost. Give me a second. This is a terribly laid out airport. It allows me to very easily and very carefully judge my angle of attack when I'm coming into land. This is especially important on water. There's the fuel station for some reason in the middle of my taxiway. We will go around that. Whoa, easy. Why are all these forklifts out here? They're just parked everywhere. What could they possibly be doing? Okay, there's what appears to be an absolutely microscopic taxiway. Okay. let's go ahead and configure this plane for takeoff. Go ahead and get my flaps down. That should put them in their takeoff mode. Okay, trim is set. Let's go ahead and get my landing lights on, taxi lights off, because we ain't doing that anymore. Okay, here we go. Check for traffic. No traffic. We are good. Let's take off. All right, so we're gonna pull out here onto this runway. Okay, here we go. One nice thing about this plane is at least the rudder and ailerons are directly blown over by the prop, so you have exceptionally good control while rolling down the runway. Okay, cleaning the aircraft up for flight. Let's go ahead and zoom out on our map here. And we have this mountain range to our left that we need to make it over. So we will just fly over the top of this mountain range. Wind will probably be very similar where we land to where we're going, but we'll see if they have automated weather when we get there. And because we have our landing gear up, we are in water landing mode. Now, it is a thing that happens with seaplanes, and it's comical, but it is a real deal thing. Always check your landing gear. Make sure you didn't put it down by accident. It happens. Like, there are people who put their landing gear down. Whoa. Okay, so we do have rudder trim in this plane. It's just incredibly sensitive. That's pretty trimmed in right there. So there are people who accidentally put their landing gear down and then try to set down in the water. And in setting down in the water, they kill themselves. So you have to be a little bit careful. Fun fact also, it's a little sad, not great. The A9 or A5, which this plane is, has a bit of a reputation for being, I wouldn't call it a dangerous aircraft, but several of these have been crashed. There are actually crash videos of these planes you can look up on YouTube of inexperienced pilots taking them off when the density altitude is a little bit too high for it and stuff. This plane has crashed. There have been crashes. So it is something it's not anything like, I think, truly against the airplane. I think the car-like aesthetic of this aircraft lends itself to being very user-friendly, and people tend to get in over their head with this machine. I am barely touching the controls right now. I'm making very small corrections. This is a genuinely very remarkably easy craft to fly. It is, I've got it set into a climb here using the trim, and it is just flying beautifully. I mean, it's one of those planes that doesn't have an autopilot because genuinely, if you think of an autopilot as being an aid, a flight aid, this is a plane that doesn't really truly fly. Fun fact, the windows are removable. They don't roll down, but if you wanted to and you wanted an open air flying experience, you can remove the windows and only the windshield will remain. There is a canopy above you that opens up kind of jet fighter style to the front that allows you to get for ingress and egress. And this plane is so small that there are videos of people beaching it like you would a small boat, mooring it. You go ashore and enjoy a day at the beach, and then when you're done with your day at the beach, you load your gear back onto the plane. You just push the plane out into the water, turn it around, start the engine up, and fly out of whatever bay. It's really, I'm flying it in the mountains today, but this is a plane truly designed for the tropics, flying around the Florida Keys, you know, enjoying going fishing or flying out to your favorite restaurant in the Bahamas, having a meal, and then flying home. Or, well, maybe not the Bahamas, all the way to the Bahamas in a single day, but definitely flying down the Keys and enjoying the day, flying, landing, eating something, popping back in, starting it up, flying home. Very much not really a work plane, very much a toy. But when it comes to planes, this thing is, I mean, it's a couple $100,000, but for a brand new certified seaplane, you gotta understand, that is just remarkably well priced. This plane, I'm not going to demonstrate it being this low to the mountains. This plane does have some remarkable stall performance as well. And once again, if you look around the inside of it, it's like a flying car almost. It's very car-like. The builders of this plane really wanted it to be unintimidating to fly. Not only that, they provide you, if you purchase one of these, they have a flight school that you can go through to become certified not only to fly this aircraft, but to land it on water. All right, while we're flying, let's go ahead and check our VFR map. I want to know our landing area, what our rough altitude is. So our altitude is 2454, so 2,500 feet. So when we come in on our approach, we'll want to have a 25, well, we want to be about 3,500 to 3,400 feet. The only reason this is going to take a little bit longer today is this isn't one of the bush planes I normally fly. So my climb performance is fairly limited here. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could haul back on this stick, and you can see my airspeed begins to drop a little bit, but I could really push my climb rate up if I wanted to. But this is a plane that likes gentle, easy climbs. So we'll just fly up and tip over these ridges here. We're not in a hurry. You know, if we were in the Pilatus or the X-Cub, we'd already be much higher than these ridges. But once again, that's not really the design brief of this airplane. This isn't a working airplane. This is a pleasure craft. This is for fun. This is for having, you know, going out with a friend and enjoying a day of flying. Get over this ridge here, we're going to really start having to think about getting this plane low pretty quickly. Okay, I have forgotten what the name of this airport is. Let's go nearest airport was. We're going to come in on runway 33.
66 Sierra traffic icon Alpha Sierra X-ray Golf Sierra 6 miles southeast 6,800 feet inbound to land runway tree.
Alright, we've gone ahead and kicked off the engines for landing. We're going to go ahead and take a look that way. My theory is that we'll pop out here and we'll take a nice right-hand turn. We'll line up hopefully for a pretty long final. We're going to want to be pretty low. I think the airport altitude, let's double check this one more time, is 2454. So we're going to want to be at about 3,500 feet to line up for this. So we've got a lot of, whoa, come on there, girl. You're not allowed to stall yet. Oh, easy. I'm trying to trim that rudder in for this glide, which we are just, I've got the motor on its lowest setting, and we are just gliding in here. I am letting the aircraft just come on down. We'll use this time, too, to lead off some speed there, coming past 80 knots. I'm going to add a bit of throttle back in. This ridge here. This should line us up pretty close with our bay here. I think they said runway 33. Wish I had a compass somewhere. I'm sure this thing has a mechanical compass. I think you're required to, but I don't know where it is, so we're just gonna do this. Okay, there's that one bay. We're looking for the bay right to the next to it. I think that's our runway right there. – 4,500 feet, 1,000 feet to go to our approach altitude. So let's go ahead and let's get lined up here. I think I see where we're landing. Check my VFR map. I think that's our winner right there. Map shows we're facing directly towards it. So here we go. Okay, double check. Our landing gear is up. Like I said, it seems like a joke, but it's not. It has killed the people. Let's get down. Let's plop in some flaps. Actually going to fly over the dirt runway here, which you can see just off the nose down there. Going to click down another click of flaps. So flaps are at 30 degrees. trim here. Really and truly enjoying just the aspect of the A5 here. It makes it such a good aircraft for what it does here, which is just being, like I said, just the easiest little airplane to fly. I can't, you're hearing me adjust the trim because I'm kind of flying it in on the trim. I can't describe to you just how little of control movement what I'm doing right now is taking. Our throttle is at almost 0, and the plane is just on its flaps gliding in. So if you're flying Microsoft Flight Simulator and you just want to putter around and not really have to focus on a million things at once, do a little sightseeing, look out of these huge windows, I can actually really recommend the Icon A5 for this. Right, there's our grass runway right there that we'd land on if we weren't cool and flying a seaplane. All right, everybody, we're about to stop flying, and we're about to start boating. All right, we're going to clear these trees. I'm going to give it a little throttle to prevent a stall. Okay, throttling back. Just going to miss these trees here. Just gonna miss these trees here. All right, here we go. Glass smooth lake. Let's do this. Still concentrating on just flying it down to a stop. Absolutely gorgeous. Like, genuinely beautiful. Pop the water rudder down. Get our taxi lights on. Let's taxi back. And let's take back off. Maybe we fly back to that airport that we were just at. I enjoyed that airport. We still have our GPS track. But I bet I can lay in a new course here if I'm smart. In fact, I'm just gonna set this plane to coast for a second. Trim set. We'll just slowly putter towards the let's do this. All right, there we go. We'll just turn the engine off for a second and enjoy boating for a while I get our next destination. I liked flying there. Let's fly back to KSZT. So let's go to let's go to nearest airport. KSZT. Let's click there. Let's do direct to. Activate direct to KSZT. Map. All right, there we go. We're set. We're gonna fly right back. Pretty cool. Once again, it's like a car. The navigation is easy to use. Let's go ahead and dial in what our approach, what what our approach altitudes to KSZT should be. It's at 2130 feet, and we actually have an altimeter. Actually see it here. So what does I want our altimeter set at? A3022. Okay. Pretty cool, pretty easy. A0322. So let's go ahead and set our altimeter. 3022. I almost had that perfect. Sweet. Okay. Let's start our engine up again. All right. Oh, look at those turn tendencies. At low speed, this thing is not the easiest thing in the world to control. Also, it really, really wants to fly. To get those flaps up, what we're doing is we're taxiing back to the start of our quote-unquote runway. We need to get back to the inside, or the inlet, or the end of this little bay here, so that we have enough run up to take off. This would be marked on navigational charts for this lake for boaters as a seaplane takeoff area, so boaters would know to avoid it or stay near the shoreline in case you had a seaplane like myself doing takeoff and landing operations here. Okay. You can see we're staying low enough, the airspeed indicator isn't even really alive yet. Alright, and there's a, what is it called? There's an actual, it's crazy, there's a urge to use the brake when you turn because, you know, you're on the ground, but the brakes don't do anything, obviously, because we have no wheels. Okay, everybody, there's our runway. Let's prep the plane for liftoff. Let's go ahead and flaps down. Trying to get trimmed up here for takeoff. There we go. And now the plane's going to get really difficult to control for a second. Okay. And just getting my rudder trim adjusted. Throttling up. We're going to come up onto plane here. There we go. We're planing. We're in the air. Flaps up. Oh, too much. Much rudder. There we go. I'm still trying to get this rudder trim figured out a little bit. But there we go. That's close. That's all right. All right. Let's go ahead and turn on to our course. And you don't have to put landing gear up. It's one less thing to think about in this plane. It has a remarkable turning circle if I really wanted to bank it super hard over. But right now we're just letting it, come on, turn on its own. We're not doing any sort of bank and yank. We're just letting the plane climb out naturally. Having a really enjoyable flight. Once again, everything's easy to use. very relaxing if all you... It's I believe technically this qualifies as a light aircraft under U.S. regulations, meaning you actually don't need a full ultra official pilot's license to fly one of these. You need like it's like a much lesser license that requires way less work to get. All right, we're just going to start back to that airport we took off from. I'm going to remind myself of its altitude. 2130, so 3,100 feet is where we want to be. We're just going to keep on flying. Flying around beautiful Idaho today. I believe this is Idaho. Idaho or Montana. At the northern, U.S. Northern Rockies. Trade just a little bit of airspeed for climb rate here. You can hear me clicking. That clicking you hear is just me trimming the plane into this rather large climb. Well, that's not very useful. Normally when you squeeze the trigger, it'll show you the airport you were going to, but because I've changed that, it shows me the airport I left from, unfortunately. But that's okay. As I remember, we need to be about 6,000 to clear these mountains in front of us. While we're climbing up, just a beautiful time to look out the window and just really admire the achievement that is Microsoft Flight Simulator. They had an artificial intelligence go through basically all of the trees on the planet and place them. I think they have 2 trillion trees or something like that. Now the big thing you got to remember, once again on a seaplane, landing gear. Make sure it's down when it needs to be down and up when it needs to be up. It's laughable, but it does happen. This is a fuel-injected engine made by Rotax, I believe, so you actually don't have to worry about mixture. The engine will always keep itself at an ideal mixture. We just have to get, once again, another thing on this plane, you just focus on flying. That's what the plane's for. Once again, very small movements. You can make like kind of rapid movements, as you can see. I'll demonstrate that here. The plane will respond very quickly to movements if you need it to. But genuinely, it's more a plane that just likes to just chill out, fly gently. It's a pleasure craft. That's the best way to put it. This is a pleasure craft. It is designed to be flown very easily and happily. I think what Icon did with this plane genuinely is remarkable. Because if it flies in real life anything like it flies in Microsoft Flight Simulator, and this game has a remarkable simulation algorithm, this is pretty good. I'm having such a good time with flying a seaplane today that I may make you guys sit through me trying to make the Grumman Goose work. I've crashed that plane almost every single time I've flown it, but I've got a good feeling about that. Climb to our altitude. Now, when we get to this airport, we'll need to do some pattern work. Just double check it. KSZT is the airport. So let's go to KSZT. Here we go. Turn KSZT traffic. Select a runway for landing. We're going to land on runway 2. Let's go ahead and announce our position. Okay, we're 10 miles northwest. Let's go ahead and we're high enough to clear these mountains, so let's go ahead and level off. Zoom out here. We're runway 2, so we'll need to come around to the south and turn north along that river. Let's go ahead and turn south here. Okay, alright. Looking good. Wow, beautiful day out here, too. Look at this. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and start now. Set my trim, not even touching the controls right now, just gonna throttle back. There we go. Let the nose just naturally begin to drop. She'll try to fly. She wants to fly. This isn't one of those planes that, like, she just desperately wants to fly. She wants to stay in the air all the time. All right, there we go. It's locked on. There's our new airport right over there. Easy, easy, girl. Come on. Easy. We're trying to get her trimmed up to where she doesn't fall. She flies. We're looking for 3,100 feet here of altitude. I'll probably get in around 4,100 feet, and then we'll make our turn towards our landing point. We can just fly along this river here to get where we're going. You do notice a definite change in the controls once you don't have the kind of wind of the prop blowing over them. Okay, just gonna start making a gentle turn. Easy, girl, easy. See the light of the airport over there blinking, telling us where it is if it were nighttime. Pretty sure I left my landing lights on. No, but let's go ahead and kick those landing lights on here. And I believe the landing lights on this plane are basically headlights. Like, they are where they would be on a car. Man, this is very relaxing music for flying right now. When I say chill, I mean chill. You can see we barely touched the fuel tank on this craft. That's another thing with these little, like, light aircraft, is they are just unbelievably fuel efficient. Maybe one of these days we'll do a tropical vacation flight down in the Caribbean with our trusty A5 here. Potentially a mine off to our left there, bottom right corner of the screen. Okay, we should be coming up on 4,100 feet here. I'm going to add in a little bit of throttle. Trim the nose up just a little bit. I'm going to fly over this river, and then we're going to take a hard left and line up with the runway. Exact idea of what this runway looks like, so I can get lined up to it. Okay. Fly over that little thing right there. Get us pretty well lined up to it. Okay. Alright, nice and easy. First stage of flaps is down. I'm going to go ahead and give it some throttle here because we will drop speed pretty quick here. We're going to go into a high drag configuration here in a second. I can see the runway out there, I think. If you are just getting started in Microsoft Flight Simulator, I actually can fairly well recommend this plane to fly, just to learn the basics. Once again, it's easy in this plane, in real life or in a simulator, to get a little too comfortable with it. But, like, it gives you all the tools you really need to fly, and it doesn't give you really anything else. Like, you have trim, you have a radio to deal with, there is no autopilot, so you always have to be cognizant of what you're doing. The airspeed indicator, as you can see there on the left, is very large, very easy to read. It shows you when you can put your flaps down. It is a genuinely just very easy, like, aircraft to fly. Past our runway here. I feel like it's not exactly accurate onto our map, but that's okay. let's turn on our synthetic vision so that we can set this sucker down. Frankly, we don't actually need synthetic vision. Screw it. I'll just keep my map on. Just zoom in a little bit here to make it a bit more useful. Okay, let's announce our final.
Kilo Sierra Zulu Tango traffic icon Alpha Sierra X-ray Golf Sierra is on final runway 2 to land.
Got our landing lights on. Let's get the gear down. We're going to have to give it a little throttle because we are in a, you can hear it now, we're in a very high drag scenario. Let's get lined up. Actually, I think I will go synthetic vision if I don't have a velocity indicator on here, or whatever that bug is that shows you what direction you're going. So, we're going to have to do this not all natural. That's all right. She really doesn't want to fly now, or she really doesn't want to land now with both these flaps engaged. This is a plane that wants to fly. So we're going to drop our throttle basically to 0. We'll put it just above 0 there. Oh, easy, easy, easy. Fiddling with the trim there, trying to get it set. Okay, on final here, looking good. She's getting whipped around by the breeze a little bit here. So we're having to make a lot of little corrections. Like I said, once you're throttled back, the controls get a little bit more sluggish because your rudder and your elevators are not blown anymore. So your aileron control remains exactly the same. Your roll control and roll authority is unchanged, but your rudder and your elevators become a little bit more sluggish. I mean, it's not bad. I still have 60 knots of wind flowing over this plane right now. Runway indicators are giving me some knowledge about how I'm flying in, but I'm just doing this the way I fly. A little far to the left here, so I'm going to give it a little bit of rudder to the right. See if we can just coast over to the right here. You can hear the wind rushing by the plane as I have a absolutely colossal amount of drag set on this plane right now. Try to aim for the touchdown markers here, though we'll have to see how it goes. Okay, that's throttle down to 0 right there. And watch that angle of attack indicator come up as I set down. Not quite where I wanted to land. A little bit early of the touchdown indicators, but what can you do? You know, not a bad landing. I'll take it. Don't fly this aircraft terribly often, so you know, you got to take any landing you can walk away from, folks. This appears to be one of those. I don't know a lot about this airport, but this appears to be one of those fly-in communities, you know, where you own an airplane, you fly it in. There's a bus there. But whatever. Alright, let's taxi this sucker back to parking, then we'll shut it down, and we will be... I think we're going to do another seaplane. I really enjoyed that. That was very relaxing. The next seaplane I fly will not be relaxing. We're going to go from out of the frying pan into the fire here. The next seaplane I'm flying is from like the 30s. It has no electronics whatsoever. It doesn't have a nice little navigation screen in the middle of it like a car. No angle of attack sensor to tell me when I'm about to stall out. Nothing like that. No, it has nothing. It's completely mechanical. No autopilot, of course. Alright, beautiful flight in the Northern American Rockies today. Genuinely very exciting and fun. Let's go ahead and turn into this parking area here. Okay, parking brake on. Let's go ahead and shut her down. Watch how easy this is. Okay, we're gonna shut that down. Engine off, landing lights off, get all of our lights off. Let's go ahead and put the flaps up. Should have put them up the moment I landed, but whatever. They're up, and let's cut our fuel. Fuel cutoff engaged. And check this out. That's a turned off aircraft, ladies and gentlemen. That's all it takes. All right. Let's head back to our main menu here, and let's get this sucker done. All right. I'm feeling confident. Which is dangerous for me. Means that I'm likely to die soon. All right, let's go. Nana. I'm pretty sure these are plugins that I don't have. That's okay. I don't care. All right, that's the Miami Executive. I'm looking for something a little bit smaller. Lindbergh's Landing. But no place to park. Screw it. Set as departure. Let's set an airport. Ooh, Florida City Airport. How long is this? Oh, too short. What about this? Homestead. ARB. Is this an Air Force base? Yeah, that's an Air Force base. I don't want to take off that. Realism. Homestead General Aviation. There we go. This is the kind of airport you want. Let's go ahead and set that as our departure. Okay. And where do we want to fly? I want to fly out to the Keys. I want to do some... Oh, it's good to see you back. I want to do some Florida Keys flying, people. Okay, Marathon. Is this an Florida Keys Marathon International Airport? International airports are scary. Give me yeah. Plantation Key. Hell yeah. Set as arrival. Let's do it. 35 minutes, but we ain't doing it in a modern aircraft. Oh no. Oh no. I promised old school. We're going old school. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's go to weight and balance calculations. I'm going to give myself like an 80% load of fuel. I don't think it'll take much more. It probably won't even take this much. Okay, pilot, co-pilot, and all it gives us is ballast. It doesn't really give us options for... I'm actually going to lower that ballast a little bit. Let's do 180 on the ballast. Oh, no, not that. There we go. Sweet. Okay, it put me on the runway. That is not what I want. Let's fly. Let's do this. All right, this plane is very difficult to fly. It is incredibly difficult to start. I will have to use a checklist. This will take a couple minutes. And then I am likely to crash it on takeoff, in cruise, and in landing. There is almost no time in which I am unlikely to crash this aircraft. I'm very bad at flying it, but it's so cool and old and neat that I love flying it. Plus, I watched Tailspin a lot as a kid, and Tailspin was like my favorite show ever. So, you know. Oh my God, look at it. Look at this. All right, controls. Controls are free and clear. Okay. Let me get my checklist out. Preliminary cockpit preparation. Battery on. Where is the battery? First, I'm going to toggle off my yoke visibility so I can see everything. If I can, like, toggle off that yoke visibility. Okay, that doesn't matter. There we go. Yoke visibility on both are off. Okay, battery. Okay. Battery on. Generator on. Volt button check. Okay, volt button check on. Okay, fuel valves open. Okay, fuel valves. 1, 2. Okay, fuel valves are open. Prop levers. Okay. Prop lever set. Mixture lever. Okay, let's get those set. Throttle levers closed. Parking brake should be set. Parking brake is set. Okay. Right engine start procedure. Beacon light on. Right magneto. Both. Okay, I just set both my magnetos to both, because who cares? Wobble fuel pump. Alright, this, we gotta do this to get fuel pressure. I don't know how we actually check that fuel pressure. Fuel pressure, check. Is my fuel pressure. Okay. Engine start button. Push. Okay. This is my right engine. Hey, there we go. Can we get a left engine? Throttle, apply. Okay, we got right engine. We did it. Okay, here we go. Left engine. Okay, throttle. RPM and manifold pressure. Where's my manifold pressure? Oil. I don't really know how to check my manifold pressure, so we're just going to kind of assume that it's okay. Yeah. Alright. Left. Okay. Left engine start procedure.
Miami approach American 1011 Heavy is Mr. Miami approach Envoy Tree 89er Heavy is at 8,000 feet climbing flight level 180. Envoy Tree 89er Heavy Miami approach altimeter 29er decimal 84 radar contact continue.
Okay, this is actually working better than it has in the past. Taxi take up, nav light on. Navigation lights are on. Tail wheel lock off. Parking brake off. Taxi apply. Steering slowly. Line up. Tail wheel lock on. Toe heat as required. Flaps up. Throttles increase. Stick back. Rudder apply. Gear up. RPM 1900. We're looking okay. Gauges. Full. Flaps stage 1. Okay, water landing and taxi. Gear up. Stick back. 70 to 80. Flaps fully down. Throttle idle. Flaps up. Back. Okay. Guys, I think we're ready. Okay, this is my tail wheel lock. Radio is on. Left and right tank. What's this do? Landing gear? Yep. Alright, everybody. We're gonna try. My manifold pressure? That is my manifold pressure. Okay, sweet. So our manifold pressure looks good. Alright. I'm just gonna run these guys over. Let's get out to the runway. Due to automated weather.
X-ray Flight 1 automated weather observation 1800 Zulu. Wind 077 heading. Visibility 10. Sky condition 4,900 feet scattered view clouds at 14,200 feet. Temperature 32 Celsius. Dew point 10 Celsius. Altimeter 2984.
Okay. This is going better than it normally goes.
X-ray Flight 1 automated weather observation 1800 Zulu. Wind 077.
We're going to depart to the south.
X-ray Flight 1 traffic November Charlie 702 Alpha taking off runway 10 south departure. X-ray Flight 1 traffic November Charlie 702 Alpha is taxiing to runway 10.
All right, here we go, everybody. There we go. Okay, those are some sensitive throttles there. That hangar is not on the map. Let's taxi around it. Whoa, easy does it, girl. Oh dear. Oh my, this thing is gonna be... This is gonna be a handful, people. What plane is that? Oh, it's just parked inside that building. Okay. Looks like it's sticking out. Come on. So I take it you have invested in the future. What future? I'm terrible at investments. Chris, you'll have to explain. What future might I have invested in? was the Canada Goose you get for pre-ordering Microsoft. But no, that's a bit too analog for the It is. Yeah, I have not invested in flights. I don't pre-order games. I've been burnt in the past, so I wait to see if they're good. I also don't think I'll be able to get Flight Sim 2024 right out of the gate because I'm poor. But I'm definitely going to get it. We flight sim on this channel quite a bit, and I really enjoy flight simming. So it's one of those things I desperately want to get so that I can do it. But no, we are flying the Grumman Goose today, which is a terrifyingly simple plane to fly. I really wish they'd do an upgraded one, because there's some flying around like New Zealand, Australia that have full glass cockpits. I have had a very bad time flying this plane every single time I have flown it, and I am flying it only because I had a good time flying the Icon, and I want to try to fly, you know, old school, an old school, what is it, seaplane. Alright. Check for traffic. Check for traffic. Flaps down. This plane isn't. I will probably crash at takeoff. I can never seem to get my trim on this plane quite right. Just wait till you see. This plane is difficult to fly. If you can get it trimmed out, which I've managed to do at least once before, it becomes much more gentle and easy to fly. Okay, we're gonna get it lined up. Tail wheel lock on. All right, we're gonna move our props back just a little bit. Okay. All right, here we go. Full throttle. Then I'm yeah, normally I would be playing with the settings and fiddling and like learning what this plane can do. But this plane is honestly, I kid you not, such a handful to fly. I don't even know where my altimeter is. Okay, there's my altimeter. Let's try to level off here. This giant red button, that is my fire extinguisher. Yeah, that's the thing. Our altitude, yes, we are in the air right now. We are flying. Though I will say, sorry if the audio is a little bit loud. I'm noticing I'm kind of blowing you guys out here. Please feel free to turn it down a bit. Though the sound that this plane makes is... Oh, listen to that noise. Listen to that noise. 2 giant radial engines just... through the air. Set my props. I mean, kind of. This is from an era where VFR flight was... That's what you did, boys. You looked out. You want to see where you're going? You look out the window. Alright, once you get the damn thing off the ground, it's not that bad to fly. I don't know if it has a water rudder, which I'm a little concerned about, but we'll sort that out when we get there. Fun fact, did you know a steam-powered airplane has flown, like a boiler and a steam turbine and everything? And it was so quiet that on flybys in the airfield, the pilot could yell out of the airplane and be legibly heard from the ground. Alright, this right here is flying though. Let's be honest. This is the way flying was meant to be done. 2 gigantic engines just to the left and the right of you, just the whole flight. We're not flying very far. There's a water landing just down here I want to try. In fact, while we're loosely stable, let's zoom in and try to figure out... Alright, it doesn't actually give me a... method for determining wind direction. Well, that's true. I mean, that's how they all work. Except for, like, windmills and stuff. All right. There we go. That was supposed to be a joke. I just looked it up in the news. Coal power plants have enough. Oh yeah, like coal power plants have become wildly efficient. I mean, coal gets a bad rap, and I mean, kind of not undeservedly so, but like, or deservedly so, I should say. But my God, the new coal power plants are unreal. Like, in how efficient they've gotten that tech to be. Of course, natural gas will always be better. If you're talking about burning a fossil fuel to generate electricity, there is nothing close to natural gas. Okay, our airspeed is, we're doing pretty good airspeed. We're doing like 160 something knots. I'm still descending. I kind of want to get toward just kind of skimming the water here. And we're looking pretty good. I think this is actually where I'm supposed to land coming up here. This is not a long, oh, nope, we have a ways to go actually. We're in Florida. I'm flying from South Florida into the Keys to do a water landing. Yeah, we are most definitely flying around in Florida right now. Oh yes. Oh yes, this is the Goose. Look up Drummond Goose, one of the most famous seaplanes of all time. One of the planes that the Sea Duck from Tailspin was based off of. The Sea Duck from Tailspin was based off of, I believe, 2 separate planes, but one of them was the Drummond Goose. Oh, the C4 Hercules, the Spruce Goose, I have not, but I would be more than happy to do a flight in it if you'd like to see it after this one. I'd be more than happy to fly the Spruce Goose for everybody. I will say, unlike the plane I was just flying, the Icon, which does not take a lot of input, you are always making minor inputs to keep this plane on track. When New York to London flight on the Spruce Goose, I don't know if it can do that flight, if I'm honest. I don't know if that's possible. almost got this sucker trimmed out to where I want it. We're flying at about 1,100 feet, which is where I want to be right now. Just flying low and slow over the keys. Now if I could just get my rudder trimmed where I want it, we're going to be made in the shade. And trim my ailerons up a bit. They say this plane is never really... I've never gotten this plane to a point where it's happy. 2,600 mile range might be... I still haven't done like a super long flight in this game on stream. Like, you know, there's some streamers that'll do like, oh, I'm going to fly from like London to Sydney on stream. I've never done that. I feel like it would get boring, you know? I like short little jaunts, little tiny runways, very small. Like, this is one of the largest aircraft I've ever flown on stream. Outside of, like, one time I tried to fly a 747 underneath the Golden Gate Bridge, you know. Speaking of, I don't know where my fuel gauges are, so we're just going to do this. Some fuel from the other wing here for a while. We could do York to York. That'd be a long flight, right? We were talking about York, England to York in the United States. Check our... Oh, we're actually passing it right now. Holy crap. Alright. Well, it's a good thing we're already low. Oh, that was almost a wing overstall. Ooh, buddy. Come on. There's the bay we're landing. Trying real hard to roll on me, and I don't know why. See, I'll get into these scenarios with this plane where it's like... where you can really see she's fighting with me now. Definitely not my favorite plane in the game to fly. I'm also pretty sure this thing does not have a water rudder. Water landing and taxi. Do I have a water rudder? I don't. So I'm pretty sure the way you turn is you just use variable throttle. Which, as you can see, not the most reliable method. I'm gonna double check and see. If I have a water rudder, it should be near me. There's my rudder trim. Yeah, I am almost certain that I actually... Oh my god, can I open the cockpit door? What a pointless thing. Yeah, I am pretty sure I do not have a water rudder. Cabin heat. Propeller. Let's just see if I can use the rudder. Just taxi in. You know what? Screw it. A boat's gonna come get me. We're gonna assume a boat is coming to get me. So let's go ahead and fire. Let's go ahead and kill those. I hate flying this thing. It's so hard to fly. Okay. Flaps up. Engine's good. Prop is good. Okay, let's kill our lights. Okay, let's kill our lights. That's a dead plane. That's really all it takes. I guess I'll shut my fuel valves. Yeah. That's shut down. I am freaking terrible at flying this thing. But I did it once. I did it once, everybody. We could do Boston, the Spruce Goose. That would be, but ridiculously short. I gotta find a place to land. And the Spruce Goose does not have landing gear. It is water only. It is a water only aircraft, so I have to be able to land somewhere. That's the only thing about it that we gotta find. We gotta find takeoff and landing on water. I was actually thinking of staying in the Keys because I know I will find landing places here. Let's see what we can do. Does Key West have a water run? Does not. Marathon does not. There's one here, which I think we might take off from. But then we gotta find... I know New York has a storied waterplane runway. Boston might have one as well. Okay, very well. We shall look. There's Providence. Here's New York. And where's Boston? Boston. I don't see one in Boston. But there might be one. Here we go. How long is this? 4,600, a mile of water? I think we could set down in a mile of water. It's a pond, but I don't know. Let's see if it'll work. Can we take off from New York? Let's see what we can do here. Block Island, I used to have a coworker who owned a home up there. It was like an ancestral family home. Oh my god, you're kidding. You're kidding me, right? Set his departure. Oh my god, you're kidding me, right? Okay. Well, we're gonna do it. Let's go ahead and switch our plane. Aircraft selection. Hughes Aircraft Companies. Weight and balance. Look how many freaking fuel tanks it has. Let's do 80%, 85% fuel. I don't really know how much I should be carrying. All right. How far can this thing fly? Oh, holy crap. Theoretically, if we flew from like Deer Lake out to Europe, it's doable. We're not even doing 500. Oh, I know we're not doing 500. Let me bring it down. Weight and balance. Let's come down to like, I don't want to take off with much more than 60%. Maybe even less. I'm not a very efficient flyer. Let's do the tanks half full. Okay. Now we got to find a place to land. I'd love on one of these inlets for there to be like an actual water runway. Here we go. That's pretty small though. We need something huge. This is kind of a huge airplane. Does Virginia Beach have places to land in the water? It has to, right? It has to. Not a lot of water landing, like designated water landing runways. All right. Well, Boston doesn't have one that's at least in the game. Look at the circle. Oh, yeah, this size circle. Oh, I know. I know that's how much fuel I'm carrying. We'll come down to 40% to make Chris happy. All right, you know what? There's a pond up here. Let's go for the pond. And if it doesn't work... All right, we may not be able to land in that bay, but this lake right here offers... That's 1,800 feet of water. This right here offers a good landing spot. So we're going to set that as our arrival. 1 hour, 13 minutes. That's kind of a long way to fly. Let me see what else I can do here. Here we go. Set as arrival. 4,000 feet of water. That's almost a mile. 41 feet. If it doesn't have tons of fuel, it'll be shorter for takeoff and landing. I agree. But I just want to make sure this girl's got enough. You know, she's a big girl. This is a big girl. Like, let's just do 30% fuel, as you asked. I don't want to go any less. We're going to be taking off pretty light. Is this thing just mostly... This thing is mostly fuel. All right. This is going to be a disaster, everybody. As I remember, I have flown this plane twice before, and as I remember, this plane likes to fly. It will... That ground effect is crazy. It will get off the air really quickly. What I'm going to do really quick, everybody, though, is I'm going to run and use the restroom and get a coffee, and then we're going to fly the Spruce Goose and crash it. I'll be right back. And we're back. Double checking my mic. Okay, we're good. All right, here we go. So we are going to assume alternate reality that the airspace around New York has been completely cleared for what we're about to do. Here we go, everybody. Throttle to 0, controls set. Let's fly. Sorry for the squeaky chair if you can hear it. Someday we will not live under the tyranny of the squeaky chair, but we must right now. Okay. Here we go. Chris, this is your idea. I blame you. You can't hear the chair talk? Well, the chair doesn't have a lot of good things to say. Good. I'm happy that my noise filter is filtering it out. Oh my god, look at it. I don't think we're gonna make it out of here, boys. Flaps down. We do have some modern avionics that someone put into the Spruce Goose. That's quite nice of them. I don't think we're gonna make it, guys. It's trying. We're on plane. We're up. Full throttle, putting it into a climb. Oh my god, look at that terrible mapping. You literally cannot fly under that bridge up there because it's like mapped down to the ground. Come on, Microsoft. I downloaded the US update. That crap should be fixed. I should be able to fly under these bridges. Yeah, we'll get some outside shots. Don't worry. We just need to see other aircraft flying, or those are cars flying through the air on top of that bridge. Oh, Microsoft. Oh, Flight Sim. Okay, we're up, and I'm gonna be honest, it's... Okay, I'm trying to figure out my... Let's bring our mixture back a little bit. Okay. All engines turning and burning. I know, right? The flight engineers panel is outrageous in this plane. Can you imagine being the guy, like, where freaking, okay, I am losing a lot of altitude here, and I can't figure out why. We are stalling. We are crashing. We are crashing. Okay, I had my throttles or my props set a little bit incorrectly. We are climbing. We are trying to stall again. Okay, come on, girl. Trying, you can see the little lever rotating there. I am trying to trim this craft into shape. She doesn't fly badly. Like, I'm gonna throw that out there. This is not a poor flying aircraft. You are constantly reminded of just the absolute obscene level of size that you're dealing with. Okay, we need to figure out First of all, I want my yoke to go away. Blocking all my gauges. Okay. Okay. I have... Where's my altimeter? Okay, I got an airspeed indicator right there. Okay. There's my altimeter. Which I probably should have set before we got where he took off, but whatever. I'm just going to go with it. Because we were beginning to drift and I needed to get this thing into the air. Okay, where's my attitude indicator? Do I have an attitude indicator? I know, we are way beyond this thing's actual ability to fly. We're flying over an international airport, which I assume has blocked all traffic out of my way. Dare I do it? I have backed off the throttle ever so slightly. Okay. Okay, I'm bringing the mixture down just a little bit. Okay. I'm gonna try to get this trim set so we're not constantly fighting this thing. It should just settle into a nice altitude. Oh my god, okay, there we go. We are hands-off flying, ladies and gentlemen. The built-in priority, like the A380. That's right, everybody gets the hell out of my way. Oh my god, 8 engines, all flying. It's funny because you only have 4 throttles, so it's just, they have, you know, 2 engines per throttle. It's just a linked throttle system. Okay, altitude. We have a vertical speed indicator. Do we have is that a water rudder indicator? Rudder trim tab, elevator trim tab, wing flaps, aileron trim tab. Holy crap, this thing is actually pretty well equipped. Okay. And we have our... Okay. And, you know, I do like that the fact that, you know, whoever at Asobo put this craft together for Microsoft did just say that if you were flying this in the modern day, you'd have to have some modern avionics. So you have some modern avionics down there just to help you fly and get where you're going. Oh, outside view. Okay, we're not going to do an outside view while I'm actually flying. So we're going to do an active pause. Okay. Then we'll go here to our camera. External. There you go. In all of her beautiful, obscenely gigantic glory. The Spruce Goose. I hope that was good for now. I hope that was acceptable. I would assume this thing takes 2 or 3 business days to change attitude or direction. Well, I can put, I'll give you an example. I'm putting a fair amount of roll into it right now. And unless you really haul off on the control stick, she no likey the turning. You can see I've thrown her into a very mild turn here, just to get a little bit more on course. One thing you got to remember, though, and I think it's worth remembering, is the seas that I can land in on this thing, the water landings I can do, could be a fair bit rougher than what would normally be acceptable for a seaplane, because this thing is just so gigantic. This is, by the way, the longest I have ever flown this aircraft without crashing it. We're gonna see if I can bring my props back a little bit more. We're at about 2/3 throttle right now. So we've settled into a cruise. Which is much far farther than I have ever gotten with this aircraft. Fun fact, this is one of the first aircraft that widely used a hydraulic control system. The hydraulic control system in this was required because a human being just could not fly this thing without one. The control surfaces are so massive. So, Howard Hughes developed his own hydraulic control scheme to actually control this plane. True, that is true. But it mimics the hydraulic control system. I also love you have some instructions on here that are just taped onto the plane. I'm still trying to put this thing on course. Oh my lord, we've reached cloud cover. I'm actually going to bring us down a little bit. I don't want to be this high. Okay, I've trimmed the plane down ever so slightly. Man, getting this thing to actually, like, respond is taking a lot of... It's taking a grand amount of effort. I'm pretty sure anywhere inside this bay that we're flying over we could land if we truly wanted to. But I'd like to try to set it down within the confines of a runway. You know, to see truly what I'm capable of. Okay, let's start looking around. Throttle friction lever. What does this do? Throttle. Off, but these are my throttles. That must be for the flight, to give control to a flight engineer, I think. Nothing in like modern avionics, clearly not part with sticky notes taped to them. Exactly. This is the way Howard Hughes would have wanted it. When he wasn't peeing into bottles. Actually having a hard time getting this thing to descend. I mean, the wings on this thing are just so massive that it takes a pretty concerted effort to get this thing to pitch down. I just dropped off some throttle though, so we're just letting it descend and glide down. Altimeter's there, so I'm just letting it fall. Yeah, you can see the absolutely colossal... Oh my god, can I open the window? Yes! Oh, that killed us. Oh, that caused overstressed damn. Oh my god. Alright, let's try this again. Flight will restart. Do we want to continue? Yes. Oh my god, so stupid. So stupid. Can I open the window? Hey, there are other planes that let you open the window. I think that was a perfectly fair thing to say. All right, let's try again, shall we? Oh, look at it lined up for flight there. Ready to fly. Let's do this. Okay, this time we're actually going to announce our takeoff. Flaps down. We're going to trim this thing way upwards. Too long from where I was going. And she's up. Okay, we are much more confidently into the air than we were last time. Nose way more forward to keep that airspeed up now that I know which gauge to look at. Okay, we're going to start trying to get our rudder trim back into shape now that we're not on the water. Okay, get our aileron trim set. Let's go ahead and bring our flaps up the rest of the way. Okay, flaps are up. Airspeed is coming up. We are still climbing. Okay, let's go ahead. They're going to clear, in my mind, they're going to clear airspace over the international airport over here for me. So let's go ahead and get turned on to our flight trajectory. Not going to open the window this time. Okay, we're trimmed out into about a 500 foot per minute climb. Let's try this again. We're not opening the window. Why on God's green earth is this light on? That's so bright. Holy crap, it has an autopilot. Hilarious. What's this do? Propeller. Oh, your prop pitch is a what? That's pretty fun. How modern. That's true. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, flight number 2, doing the best we can. All 8 engines turning and burning. Okay. Once you get her kind of set, I'm trying to get her set so I can just kind of run this plane off my pitch, my throttle. Get her loosely set to the way I want You know what? In seaplane, infinite landing spots. We're on our way. Let's try touch and go. Oh, hey, what's up, H? Welcome back. All right, here we go, everybody. Touch and go, one of the largest aircrafts ever. Okay, we're gonna set our throttle or props back to maximum. Okay, we're throttling all the way back. Letting this thing burn off some speed here until I can get to a point where I can get those flaps down. Okay, stage 1 flaps. Stage 2 flaps. If there are landing lights on this thing, I don't know where they are. Okay. Fiddling with the rudder a little bit, rudder trim. $12 playing Valorant. I can't imagine. Why would this thing ever need landing lights in case someone doesn't see it? That's a good point. And it's like, you're not going to land on land. You're landing in the water. All right, flaps are down to maximum. Heck, let's do a full stop landing with it, and then we'll take back off. Okay, she's nosing down a bit. She's not happy with how low of a throttle I am, so I'm gonna bring my throttle up to about 1/4. And she wants to fly so badly that we're starting to almost about to climb there. Yeah, my issue with this thing is it wants to fly so badly that landing this thing accurately is. When are we playing together? One of these days. I remember we were going to play Minecraft together. I just have not had the time. You are, right now, all are witnessing basically the free time I am going to have this week. Okay, we're settling into ground effect now, I think. And the issue here is now we're just going to fly for 1.5 miles in ground effect. I don't know. I'll text you if I can. Or I'll hit you up on the Discord. I think you're on the Discord. Here we go. Definitely check. I will definitely hit you up. Okay, we are down. I want to come here. Zoom out. So it's nice that we have. Oh my God, we have an autopilot, and I missed that. Okay, screw that. We're gonna set heading. I don't know how I'm supposed to set my heading. Hang on. Are we gonna hit anything for a while? We are not. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Standby frequency. Navigate pages, move cursors, group left map, pan map, left, right. City lock. Okay, if we can get this thing set to heading, be in good shape, but I don't know how you set the navigation. Is this my heading bug? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Set that sucker southwest right there. Heading on. Coach mode, back course mode, altitude mode. Let's set our altitude to 2,000 feet. Vertical speed on. All right, we're gonna try to activate the autopilot on this thing. Now tell me this wasn't the easiest water landing you've ever. I'm gonna be honest, it wasn't hard. Okay, let's back our flaps off 1. Throttle up. Getting my props correctly set. And that's a plane that's in the air, folks. What is your name on Discord? I am Poopy Boo. Okay, there's my autopilot set. We're gonna go here. I want to go to my altitude. I want to arm this. Hold altitude. Also, I think my autopilot is about to crash me. We're going to go over here to set this to 1,500 feet. So we're at altitude hold already. Holy crap, this thing climbs fast. Vertical speed doesn't appear to work. I'll hit nav as my backup. Okay, what's happening on the front of this plane? Why are we descending? It's fine. Oh, my apologies. I will respond. My apologies. I must have gotten distracted. It happens to me. I will definitely hit you. Okay. Okay, our navigation settings there. Really need some airspeed. Come on, give me some airspeed thing. Do not crash me. Do not crash me, airplane. Okay, we're locked on. It's high. Okay. I will definitely, when the stream is over, hit you up. My biggest thing I have to do right now is not crash this airplane. Okay, I really... There we go. Okay, we're set. We should be settled. This should be an aircraft that is flying itself. Hold tight, Chris. If this works, you're gonna get yourself some of those awesome exterior views. I'm just trying to see if she'll settle into the flight plan here. I've set her to begin a 2,500 foot per, or not, a 200 foot per minute climb. All right, and she is locking on to her set now. Okay. All right, this is not looking bad. This is actually starting to look okay. Okay, this body of water is not exactly north. That looks like about 330 degrees. So we're gonna go ahead and set our heading bug to 330 degrees. So we're gonna need that in a little while. Actually, no. Which direction are we currently going? Let's set it to take us south a little bit. Or directly east. Okay, and then we'll turn north to 330. Okay, let's start working out what crap is where. Now that we have this thing flying. Oh my god, there are so many buttons. All right, these are our engines. I'm pretty sure this is our fire. Indication lights. Landing lights. Okay, we don't need those anymore. Dome light, thank god. Position light. Pitot heater. Okay, external doors. Okay. There, of course, is our pilots. Boom, boom. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. There is, of course, our flight engineers panel right there, which is obscene. The actual, given the size of this craft, the actual cockpit is not that crazy. Oh my god, it's got a thing here where you just keep... Auto startup, auto shutdown, APUs on, APUs off, electricity on, electricity off. Hide, unhide, modern avionics. Tugboat control box, so we can actually have a tugboat hold us still while we sit. We have curtains. Oh, whoa, wait a sec. I don't know how the curtains work. We'll have to figure that out. Okay, so this little guy is how we like control. It's like the iPad in the Beaver. This is how we control all of the stuff. So we could have a tugboat that would like hold us in place while we prep the aircraft or shut it down. That's actually incredibly convenient. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay, this is outside temperature. This is our direction and our heading bug. Also our direction right there. Okay, this is our turn coordinator, which is acting very funnily, but I don't care. Modern avionics, autopilot. These are engine controls. 468. 2468 and 1, 3, 5, 7. So are we holding altitude? That is what we are holding altitude. Window controls, we don't touch those because those kill the thing. What is that? Surface controls. Interesting. That's probably for the hydraulics. This is radio stuff. Ancient autopilot for pitch. This is my prop pitch. Low, high. Let's go ahead and see if we can actually drop that prop pitch a little bit. Playing with my prop pitch right now to see if we can get that set up. settle into a nice speed that we like. I actually need to know here really quickly, where does it tell me I can put my flaps down? Is it that little white thing there? Because if it's that white thing, I'm gonna die. Okay, we are settled in. Let's check our VFR map. See how far we are. We are actually successfully flying the Spruce Goose right now. I don't know if I want to fly it all the way. This is taking a while. Okay, let's go ahead and check through everything else. Whee! Yes, I see that. I see that. I see these highlighted messages that are flying over my chat right now. Thank you very much. To open, pull down, then aft. Wait. Is there an escape hatch above me? There is, and I'm not gonna do it, but I am desperate to do it. Okay, what else do we have back here? Another fire extinguisher, radios. Pretty sure those are my hydraulics back there. Passengers to see how awesome Howard Hughes is. Right, these are my engine primers. Oil dilution, very interesting. Battery, so that's where you would turn the ship on. Generator, engine 1, 3, and 7 have generators. I have APUs on. The APU on this thing was probably just another small engine. Definitely wasn't a turbine. This was pre-turbine. Okay, those are my fuel tanks. Engine condition. So this is probably my mixture. And these are manifold pressure, RPM, and I don't know what this last one is. Temperatures for all my engines, fuel flow for all my engines, inverters, reverse feather, synchronous scope master. Okay. That's probably the device. Yes, I saw that. Thank you, H. This synchronous scope is probably an engine synchronizer, given that we have 4 throttles and 8 engines. Oil temperature, oil cooling flaps. You can plop those open to cool our oil if need be. Oil pressure and air. I don't know what air is for, but there we go. Let's take a look outside and see, are we still flying in the same direction? We are. I can't believe this, but I might flip the dome light back on. It's so bright. Okay. I don't know why we rolled so much. Might be that we have a crosswind that we're dealing with. So we have a flap indicator, aileron trim tab, rudder trim tab, elevator trim tab. Good to know. Alright, let's go ahead and take a look around. Okay. There's our sure this is for traffic. That's nav. Stand by. Okay. I do see the wheeze there, H. I do see you chatting. Thank you so much. All right. There we are. There's our nav set. We should be able to go to waypoint. Yeah, there we go. That's the airport. So we're going to be landing at 19 West, it looks like. Runway 19, 01. We'll be landing on 01 west. It's water, surface. Frequencies. Approach. Okay, can we set an approach? We have a little bit of time to get there, so everybody, I am going to try using our GPS and the Spruce Goose here to set an approach. Procedures, select approach. Yes. 36W. Let's try this again. What was that button? OBS funds. Oh my god, this is terrifying. Enter. Okay. I know what to do. Menu. No. Okay. Procedures. Select approach. Yes. Enter. Okay. Approach, enter. That changes the page. Select approach. Okay, now what we need to do. Really have made these a lot better. Sorry this is taking so long, everybody. I am just teaching myself how to do this right now. Okay, procedures. Enter. We're looking for runway 36, it looks like, for CT-16, but I don't think we're flying to CT-16. We're flying to... No, we're flying to CT-16. Okay, sweet. So, we want to select an approach for runway 36 west. CT1. CT-16. Okay. Okay, that selected that. But how do I get to the next thing? Nav volume, VNAV frequency swap. I need to get to the approach, and I don't know how to do it on this guy. What if procedure interesting here. I know there's a way to do this. I'm just too stupid to figure it out. Now I can't even get back to my map. Clear, 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 clear. Huh, I appear to be drastically off course. Oh, I am drastically off course. Fascinating. Awesome. Alright, well. It's something there that screwed everything up, but that's okay. I have a plan. We'll click our heading on and we'll just use that to bring us in. I think somehow I did activate an approach, but I didn't do it right. Like, I'm pretty sure I did it completely wrong. What this will do is give me a proper approach. So I'll head over to Yoder here, turn north, and that will get me pretty well close to being on the money. So what we'll do is we'll let the big girl just line up. I think I have this set directly east. So what I'm gonna do, I'm actually gonna bring it just a little bit north. Tiny bit to the magnetic southeast. Let the plane align to that. There we go. Alright, what we'll do is we'll set this to nav on the back end. We get close, we'll lock onto that. Alright, there we go. And then, alright, I think I'm slowly figuring this out. I don't know how I screwed this up, but we'll just live with it. How's our fuel looking? I mean, not great. We're pretty low, but that's okay. I have the capability. I can lean these suckers out until they shut off. And then we'll activate. Oh, this is my full tugboat transmitter, so this will let me just get pulled around in the water. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So this will allow me to line up. 13-hour stream. See, you are a pro compared to me. I'm I'm approaching 4 hours, which is pretty long for a flight sim stream for me. But this is the most successful flight I've ever had on the Spruce Goose, so we're trying to keep it, you know, pretty chill here. Yeah, please check your internet. This happens all the time, and then it reconnects immediately. I'm hoping this is something they actually fix in the next one. What do these stickers actually say to? You can hide avionics using the clipboard on your left. You can hide avionics using the clipboard on your left. Okay, so it's just the avionics controls. I'm gonna say, in an alternate universe, the Spruce Goose was bought by a private, unbelievably wealthy aviation fan, and she travels the country so that people may see how obscenely insane my boy Howard Hughes was. Let's go ahead and bring our. Let's go ahead and start thinking about coming down to landing level here. Back on the throttle just a little bit as we begin to come down in altitude. It's not a bad, even off autopilot, it's not a bad plane. I mean, it flies okay. It's just, you have to think very much ahead of everything you do in this thing because the plane is just so gigantic. It is so heavy. We are flying, of course, today in the Northeast, heading on our way up to this little river in New York. Zoom out and show you where we are. So we've flown almost the length of Long Island. We are well below most of the air traffic that we need to worry about. So you can see there the cloud deck here is just above us. Yeah, the cloud deck is just above us. And yeah, we are just gently beginning to lower the plane down into kind of a pre-landing altitude. I have noticed that this plane, there should be an airport just out outside of our window here. Kind of looking for it. Looking for a runway. Do not see a runway out there. Concerning. Might be really small. How little is this runway? It's not very big. No wonder we missed it. That might have been it right there. Anywho, sorry, got distracted. We're kind of lowering down because I've noticed that this thing, as you saw earlier, this thing loves to fly. Once we get it set up for landing, it's very much in the mood to fly. Check our altimeter here. We are still descending. I'm going to go ahead and drop our engines down a little bit more because our airspeed's getting a little fast. Not quite sure what the do not exceed airspeed on this thing is, though it's pretty quick. I mean, we're tooling along at nearly 140 knots right now. Like this sucker moves. what we want to do now is turn north because we want to catch this, nav line and then use it to bring us in. Okay. Yeah, that's a little too far north, so I'm going to bring her back just a little bit. Alright, there we go. That's a good set. Let's check our altitude. We're almost down to 1,000 feet. We'll hold there as we do our approach, and then I'll cut the autopilot off myself and attempt to land this thing. We have a little under a mile of water to set this thing down on. I got to imagine that I can do it in a mile. Because I will tell you, with a lot of these seaplanes, big or little, if you set them down on the water, they hurry to a stop. I'm going to start dropping my throttle too. The plane's still settling in. It tends to kind of porpoise back right to left as it gets settled in on a trajectory for a while. You can see it happen. I think that's probably just because the creators of this plane in Microsoft Flight Sim didn't truly have time to tune it the way it needed to be tuned. Okay, I've got the mixture set all the way rich, so you don't potentially stall an engine during landing. And I'm letting the airspeed drop a little bit. I'm prepping to put my flaps down for a water landing, and I am waiting and hoping that we actually snap on to this approach line here on my screen. If we do, it'll be kick A, because it'll mean that my stuff is working. I'll actually probably close this and then fly the rest of the approach with my avionics right here. Okay, it switched to nav. It is going to try to lock onto this. Okay, we're going to watch our airspeed really close here, because we do not want this thing to stall as it makes this turn. Okay, here we go. Now the fear is going to be we're going to turn here, and our actual landing zone is going to look exceptionally small, which I can't even see it. Oh my god, no way. So that's it right there. That's where we're landing. That's where we're going to try to put the Spruce Goose down. Okay. Throttling down. Flaps down. Okay, I have taken control of the plane. Stage 2 flaps down. Come on, big girl. Do what I need you to do. at about 80 knots. It's a little fast to set down, but I think it's what we're gonna do. Oh my gosh, this is terrifying. Okay, I'm gonna trim the nose down just a little bit. Okay. Try to just squeeze between this little island and the shoreline here and drop the plane onto the water. Throttle down to 0. I don't know if we're gonna fit. God damn, this thing is so gigantic. Here we go. I've never done like a precision landing with this thing. We're on the water. Oh, we barely needed any of it. Okay. Let's get our tugboat set up. I don't know how the tugboat transmitter is supposed to work. I'm hoping that it just kind of holds us in place, which it is not doing. That's alright. Let's go ahead and start shutting stuff down. I'm just going to lean the engines out to kill them. Do I have any sort of fuel control whatsoever? There's my tugboat. Alright, we're down. Now we get to play with this thing. I want to see how this thing works. Alright, we are shut off. Let's go ahead and do our... Let's shut our APU down. Alternators off. Okay, batteries off. The dead airplane. Okay. Alright, next. I want to do this. Yes! Yes! Oh, that is awesome! Sorry, I'm way too happy about this. Tugboat plus? Oh, it can, and we can steer it. Oh my god. This changes this plane for me. We may do a super long flight on the, in the Spruce Goose, everybody. This is epic. This is so cool. But there we go, everybody. Full flight, Spruce Goose, precision landing. I can't really do much better than that. Let's do maybe one more flight today, and then I'll probably call her a day. Because, yeah, This is a long stream for me, and I'm actually going to have to try to upload this thing before tomorrow. All right. Let's go here. God, there's so many airports in the Northeast. None of them are small or fun to fly. Where, how much daylight do we have? Oh, we have miles of daylight left in this hemisphere. Okay. Maybe we do a little bush flying in Colorado? My home, my area, my place. Got a lot of dirt runways. Is this near the dunes? I'm pretty sure this is... Where are the dunes at? Let's find the dunes, shall we? No. Colorado Springs, Camden City, Westcliff. It's the dunes. There's the dunes. The dunes are a beautiful spot in Colorado. I've actually glided here quite a bit. This is... So, taking off down here, gliding over to Blanca Peak, and then gliding up this ridge line all the way up to, like, Cotopaxi, is one of my favorite glides to do. Actually, no, I think I get all the way up to Salida. So yeah, just gliding up this ridge line is one of my favorite glides to do. In fact, let's see. Open filters. Wind effect. Found. We do have some good wind, but it's down along the low, high. This might be flyable. I think we could fly this. Okay, we have a good takeoff option if we take off at Blanca. How far away is Blanca from the mountain itself? Yeah, let's take off Blanca. Set as departure. And let's just hope the weather's good. It doesn't show that... It might show that the weather's bad, which might kill our flight here, but let's just do it anyways. Looking for my Neos. Let's see what we can... Where are my Neo gliders? There we go. The D100E Neo. Which this is a touring glider, which is why I like to fly it. Let's go to weight and balance. Payload. I'm going to bring my ballast up. Actually, let's keep everything the way it should be right here. Just because I'll dump my ballast before I land. Liveries? Yeah, let's pretty this plane up with a flight simulator livery. Okay, check my weight and balance again. We're set. Okay. Launch method. I'm gonna want a Skyhawk to tell me. Okay, so that's my departure. And we're going to actually see if we can make it up this. We're going to actually do some glide curing. Load save. Okay. There's Aspen. There's Salida. Let's bring it down. Show legend. Open filters. Let's turn my wind effect off. Is it not going to let me grab an airport? That's Granite Mountain Lodge. Here we go. This is at Salida. Set as arrival. Okay, 1 hour and 5 minutes. This will be a good glide. And then I might call it a stream after that. I haven't glided in a while on stream, so I'd like everybody to be ready for a potential crash here. If we can't do this, I'll probably set up the same flight with a bush plane, and we'll just enjoy a beautiful flight over the dunes in a bush plane. Maybe something that I have to fly manually without an autopilot. Something super low speed. Oh, it's a beautiful day. Okay. Okay. That's my landing gear. Now, we used to be able to turn this off. Oh, now I remember why I stopped flying this thing, is I can't turn my control stick off anymore. They screwed this all up. Show my altitude at 7,700 feet. Let's come in here and just click this. 7,708. No, let's leave that up. Okay, no. Done. There we go. Barrow. For 77. Leave it there. That's close enough. Okay. Why am I in meters now? There we go. Alright, we'll leave it that way. Landing gear, strobe lights on. Okay. I'm gonna bring my power switch for my engine online. I do have a... That's right, this thing has a small electric motor. Okay, let's see if I still know how to do this. We don't have flaps, but we do. Let's check them. We have spoilers. Spoilers are good. All right, here we go. I'd like to be able to turn the volume up here. There used to be a knob, as I remember, to turn my volume up. Page. Okay, trust me, that's a little annoying, but we want that. VFR map. Close. Okay, we use my VFR map. I actually used to be able to do this in the what's it called? In this, but this thing kind of sucks now. They really screwed gliders in this game, which makes me sad. All right, here we go, everybody. That dude can run fast. Whoa, whoa, not again. No, come on, come on, come on. Come on, you big piece of junk. Come on, fly, damn you, fly. This is not how this is supposed to go, obviously. Alright, you know what, screw it. Let's just get this thing into the air, and then I'll fly it. There we go. Now we're behind him. We have a bit of a crosswind, and I have not done this in a very long time. Okay. Now we're safe. That is an insane crosswind to take a glider off on. We gotta stay low, otherwise we're gonna pull him into the ground. Come on, buddy, climb, climb. Oh, that was a bad takeoff for both of us. Okay, now we can, like, get in behind him. Yeah, I should have checked my wind speed at ground level a little bit more. Alright, gear is up. Standby battery is on. Okay, that was not great. He's still got his flaps down. Well, this wind is a little bit more than I saw on the map, which is good, because what this means right now is when we get over to there to that ridge near Mount Blanca, we are going to have all, and I mean all, of the lift that we need to hopefully make our glide tour today. Whoa. Okay, we're going to let go there and let him go and try to not die. And we will just fly the rest of this route ourselves. Okay, he stayed in the air, thank God. That was a horrible glider takeoff. Check something here real quick. We're gonna go to weather. And I want to show 3D thermals. This will make us a passenger for just a second. I think we have a pretty strong wind today. This was my thinking. Okay, let's go ahead and take. Let's go shut 3D thermals off. We'll close this. We have plenty of battery in this thing. I think we have 30 minutes of full throttle. So we're going to try to fight our way over to, Mount Blanca over here and see if we can catch some lift. Try one more time to just see if there's any way I can toggle. Active pause, basic controls. No, I want to know. I want to do control options. Toggle, yo. Keyboard. Okay, boo. Let's try this. Yoke. There is no button I have for it. Great. That's unfortunate. Yeppy. turn this up. I know it'll be annoying everybody. Trust me, this is incredibly important. Now, as I remember, I saw a really good thermal right over here. When I cheated for a second and turned that on. So we're going to come over here. Let's go ahead and throttle this down. Let's see if we can glide. So beeping is good and long tones are bad. Beeps mean we are gaining altitude. Okay, there we go. We are gaining. It's not a lot. Great thing about having a touring glider, you get in trouble like we are now, we're getting a little bit too low. Kick the engine on, and we fly somewhere where there is good gliding. So let's fly along here to this ridge and see if we can find some good gliding. Doing this without an auxiliary power system like we have here kind of just means that you're gonna crash or have to do off-field landings, which, I mean, if we had to, we'd glide down this hill over there and we'd set the glider down in one of those fields. I've had to do it before when I got brave and took a glider out here that really wasn't, you know, like, it's always a rush when you take off from Blanca, you try to make it over to Blanca Peak to catch this, the side of this mountain and start trying to find your lift. Let's see. Now we're just trying to trim this thing out a little bit. As you can hear, we're in quite a sink right now. I'm pretty sure there's great wind on the other side of this mountain. But we're falling right now. Thank you, H. The encouragement is very much appreciated. Alright, screw it. Let's power back up. Let's see if we can climb. Find some lift. I got plenty of battery left. Alright, we're gonna see if we can just climb into some better lift here. Not a good day to glide. I thought it would be a lot better out here. I probably should have launched from the other side of the mountains. I got really spoiled because earlier this year I was gliding in the summer in the Andes. I have a couple of streams where I do that, and frankly, it's just better up there. The wind coming off the Pacific just slams into the Andes, and you get these obscene mountain waves that you can shoot behind. Love how gigantic. Oh, hello. Thanks. Raiding with a party of 2. Thank you for the raid. H, I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. I thought I had a graphic for that, but I apparently don't have a graphic for that. That makes me incredibly sad. It was like one of the 2 graphics that I've ever set up for this thing. But yeah, thank you so much, H. I really appreciate it. Trying to climb. Real quick, I am going to cheat just a little bit. I want to check out my 3D thermals here and see if there actually is any lift on this side of the mountain. There's some out there. It ain't a lot, though. Alright, let's... I'm gonna cheat for a second. Let's go chase it. Alright, I'm gonna use the 3D thermal, like, cheat system here and see if we can just find a little bit of lift. Does show that we have some lift over here off the leeward side of this mountain, so let's see if we can pick this up. And it's dead as soon as we get there. Because the hardest part of this glide, sorry if it's only 2 bit, that's okay. I appreciate the raid no matter what. Thank you. That's very nice of you. I do appreciate it. I was thinking about throwing some lift my way. If we can head over to the dunes, which you can see behind that VFR map in my chat, those are the famous Great Sand Dunes of Colorado. If we get over there, I know there's going to be lift. The hardest part of this glide, and I've done it on days where I didn't need the motor at all. You get released from your aircraft. I flew over to Blanca, caught lift on the ridge, and flew all the way up to Salida without issue. You just get days where you're flying and you just never find the lift. Your live stream crashed. That is unfortunate. I've actually thought of eventually, when I have some money, I'm gonna have my gaming computer and I'm going to build a live stream computer. And it's gonna be completely, all it's gonna be built to do is do capture and streaming and monitor my chat. And then I'll have my gaming PC, which will sit and do literally everything else. You know? That way, if my PC crashes, thank you again. If my PC crashes, I can just restart my PC while on stream and get back into the action. Sadly, we're just not finding any lift today here. The mountains are not being kind to us today, which is very sad. This ridge has been so kind to me in the past. We can see up there for a second, there was a huge amount of wind. This is very unfortunate. Alright, I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's go back to the main menu, and we're just going to do this with a bush plane. We'll do one. I promised one final flight today, and I want to make it a successful one. So we'll take up a super archaic bush plane. World map. Okay. Also, I think that Cessna pilot sucked at his job, so I'm going to prove that I can do a better takeoff. Colorado Springs. Shine to the Shine. Royal Gorge Bridge and Park. Ooh, they have Royal Bishop Castle. Interesting. Okay. Is this an actual dirt or... that's a proper bush flight right there. The urge to go do that bush flight right there. Fly there. Oh, there are runways near Westcliff. Geary Ranch. Silver West. You know what? Yeah. Good pasture. I think I might do a different flight than what I was talking about. Fraser Ranch. Las Arenas Earth and Sky Observatory. That's pretty cool. Okay, is this Blanca? This is Blanca. Now let's do Blanca. Parking. Set as departure. Let's fly up to Salida. This is a really pretty flight, by the way. Low airstrip. Actually, let's do this. Let's set that as arrival, because I've never flown in there before. Okay? And because this plane sucked so much, let's do something a little simpler. Here we go. Zen Aviation Savage Cub. It's not their Shock Ultra Cub. It's a little bit simpler, but still a very, very fun little plane to fly. Weight and balance, I am going to put all the fuel in it. It only holds 18 gallons of fuel. This is not a very... yeah, let's leave it yellow. This thing doesn't have a GPS, so we're just going to know that we head north, and we'll figure it out after that. Let's fly. Let's do this. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. Let's do some bush flying in my home state. I think also what we're going to do is we're just going to fly up the ridge and go look at the sand dunes, and then we'll go try to find this runway. Because I really like the sand dunes. Sand Dunes National Park, Great Sand Dunes National Park is really pretty. And given that this is going to be my last flight of the day, I'd like to go see something really cool. This is very different conditions from what it was earlier. Okay. Well, it gave me a start, so let's go through magnetos, good. Ignition, good. Strobes, get those on. Okay. Landing lights, go ahead and turn those on. Hot air entry, engine choke, good. I don't think we have prop or... controls. I think we only have a throttle. This is a very simple plane. Yeah, this is a pretty simple little plane. Oh, I hit a tree. Back to menu. Yes, okay. The game started me in a stupid spot, so we're gonna try this again. Freaking Microsoft Flight Simulator, I swear. You are killing me. You are killing me, Microsoft. There's Telluride Regional. Why is it nighttime here? Flight conditions. Live. I don't know why it's showing nighttime here, but whatever. Microsoft Flight Simulator is acting very weird today. I am committed to doing this flight. So if we can't take off there, because Blanca Airport is bugged beyond all belief, let's take off here. Yeah, 1,200 feet of grass, more than enough. Set as departure. I want full fuel. Golden Field. Up near Cotopaxi. This is where we're going. Set as arrival. Add. There we go. Okay, let's do this. Let's try this again, everybody. Ah, this little plane. It is fun to fly if we can get it off the ground. It's very little. Whittle plane. Whittle plane. And we spawned inside trees. Ah, Microsoft, why are you being this way? I want to get another flight done. I want to go show off one of my favorite places in the world. Okay, Microsoft does not like Bush airports right now. This is bullcrap. World map. Okay, let's just take off from an airport that has pavement. Okay. That would mean we have to fly backwards, which I don't much really like. Whatever. So there's arrival. Add. There we go. Okay, let's make sure. Let's set this all the way up because this plane does not carry a ton of fuel. It will go very far on 18 gallons of fuel, but just in case. One more try. And then I'm just going to take off from a paved runway and maybe we'll just fly around Denver. Screw it. Apparently there's going to be a lot more missions in Flight Sim 2024 concerning, like... Oh my god, this looks like it might actually spawn me. Yes! Yes, it spawned me somewhere that wasn't garbage. Okay. Where's my battery? Okay, I gotta learn how to turn this plane on. Before starting engine, brakes, test and set, choke, on. Okay. Throttle, close, master switch is right here. Okay. Sweet. That is all I need. Okay, here we go. On. Okay, avionics on. Okay. Okay, magneto's on. And I'm wondering if there's a fuel selector somewhere. Okay. Let's see if this will do it. There we go. Okay, we're running. Go ahead and check some. Push my choke in. That's right, everybody. We're going simple for our last flight of the day. PFR map, good.
Charlie 08 traffic Savage Alpha Sierra X-Ray Golf Sierra is taxiing to runway 13.
Taxiing runway 13. Okay, here we go. Okay. Now we're cooking with gas. We didn't fall over and die on the first section of this. So this is by a company, I believe, from Europe, like Switzerland or something, that makes these lovely little aircraft called Savages. And they build basically licensed Cubs, which the Cub is one of the most famous aircraft ever made. And technically a warbird, given its use for recon, I believe, in World War II. And these little things are just, they're spectacular. You'll see here in a second, they don't require a whole lot of runway to take off. This is the Savage Cub. Their Shock Ultra Cub is their current, like, hotness. But we'll take off with the Savage here and just enjoy it. It is a little bit more simple than the Shock Ultra is even more simple. Boasting supposedly a stall speed as low as 18 knots, which is outrageous. Okay. You can see it's literally lifting its tail while we're sitting on the ground. That is how light this aircraft is. Okay. Needle's alive. And we're up. Okay, let me just trim this thing into shape. Okay, I should have a compass in here. We want to head south east. I'm just going to use my map here. Or southwest. Okay, let's put those flaps up. North of us is the beautiful city of Westcliff, Colorado. One of my actual favorite places to travel IRL when I go camping. The mountains in front of us and off to the right there are the Sangre de Cristo Mountains. Down to the south is Mount Blanca, the mountain we were trying to reach on the glider. This whole region of Colorado is actually quite beautiful. Genuinely one of my favorite areas in the entire state to visit. Now, our first goal here, right now, is going to be to attempt to, come on girl, trim on this thing is a little bit touchy, is we're going to try to climb over these mountains in front of us. So I'm going to keep the throttle pretty high, and we're going to try to just slowly but surely climb over the top of these mountains. As we're climbing, we're going to take a look around the craft. You can see we don't have an attitude indicator. We don't have We have a compass, some gauges, an altimeter. Genuinely one of the simplest aircraft you can fly in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Oh my god, can we open the window? It is a bush plane. I should be able to open the window. It will be unfair if I can't. Unfair. Wildly unfair. Unplayable. But anywho, yeah, we're gonna start flying. Planes like this can be had, used pretty cheaply. If you're willing to give up a lot of the modern accoutrement, things like autopilot and things like that, there are planes out there that you can have for just almost nothing. Planes that you can have for under $30,000. Now, with inflation, it's changed, but so that was kind of back in the day. But even then, there are planes that can be had for, you know, $40,000. And you say, oh my God, $40,000 is so expensive, and that's right. But if you get a couple friends together and you all say, we're going to go in on quarters and everything will be split 4 ways, maintenance, everything. And there are even guys who say, well, I don't get to fly that often, so they split their maintenance up in a proportion based off who flies the plane the most. If you have good friends that you are willing to enter into a business agreement with, you can buy a plane for not that much money and just share it with people. Now my airspeed down there, it may look like I'm going fast, 120. It is actually in kilometers an hour. Something that Slim does that's just really interesting. I really hope this plane can actually climb to the altitudes we need it to. You know, we don't play around here in Colorado. You gotta have planes that can actually fly. Trying to bring my climb up to about 1,000 feet a minute here and see if the plane can hold speed at that climb. We're flying a little bit south of the dunes, and then we're going to fly nice and low and slow through them. Just climbing over these mountains here. We are asking a lot of this plane. There's 10,000 feet. I don't actually know what the ceiling is on this plane. We're going to find that out together today. Just need to edge over the top of this ridge here, and then we'll be good. Beautiful day in Colorado for flying. The temperature outside, even where I live, is a beautiful 65 degrees. So it's actually probably pretty cold up here today, giving us a really nice density altitude. That's probably one of the reasons we're able to climb as high as we're climbing right now. On that note, let's go ahead and let some hot air entry into the cabin to keep our pilot comfy, which is me. Still climbing at almost 1,000 feet. We're holding good airspeed. In fact, we've sped up just a little bit. These little cubs fly so well. All right, I see my gap. I'm gonna try to shoot that gap right there on the ridge. There's our ridge. The wind's taking us just a little bit. It is a windy day up here in the mountains, apparently. Here we go. Absolutely beautiful. Look at this. Just gonna fly over this saddle on the mountains here. Airspeed's coming up because we're getting ready to pitch down. I'm gonna pull a little bit of throttle out of her and just enjoy the glide down this canyon. We'll trim down a little bit and drop our speed. Oh, this is a better way to do it than gliding. Just flying down this gorgeous little valley here. And I'm hoping it's going to dump us out into the plains here. Now, if you've never been here to this part of Colorado, the plane that we're getting ready to get spit out onto, number one, actually one of the big UFO hotspots in Colorado is this plane out here, just north of Blanca. Yeah, a lot of apparent UFO activity out here. Not only that, this is one of the flattest places I have ever been. And I went to college in Kansas. Unbelievably flat. Like, I cannot tell you how unbelievably flat this area is. So we're going to go ahead and just trim a little bit up here. Try to trim this plane flat. All right. There we go. That's it pretty good. Beautiful rocks. Cliffs that we're passing by right now. There's actually a beautiful waterfall up in this area that freezes solid every year. And if you have a set of micro spikes or crampons, you can hike up to it, and it is absolutely gorgeous. I think perhaps next winter that might be something I do. It's a good day trip. I think, let's check our, I don't know why that keeps happening. Let's check our VFR map. Yes, as a matter of fact, that is it. These are the Great Sand Dunes. I'm a little bit north of them, but we'll turn south and fly across them twice here. So this is Great Sand Dunes National Park. It is, I think it's just Sand Dunes National Park. It is an awesome area. They do have some really good campsites. Fun fact, if you get a backcountry permit, you can go out and camp the night in the dunes, and there's not designated campsites. You can just camp wherever you want. Like, they'll just let you camp out here. I don't know why we're falling right now. We're in a sink. Oh crap, we might crash here in a second. The airspeed's good, and I am struggling to gain altitude. We are... it's probably due to the fact that this is an area of extreme wind activity, what's happening right now. The fact that we are pretty, you know, our angle of attack is not close to zero right now, and we are struggling to climb. We are climbing now. But looking out the window, yeah, there they are. Beautiful sand dunes in Colorado. Now, if I can avoid dying, we'll see if we can do a flyby of the Great Sand Dune, which is over here. Now, it trades places, from what I understand, from another sand dune out here called Star Dune. That actually might be Star Dune off to our right there, which is the tallest in the field. But you can think of these dunes as standing waves, and these standing waves out here are created by this gap in the mountain that is just off of our nose here, just to the left. Wind is funneled in like a wind tunnel through there and creates the sand dunes. There is a stream. The sand dunes are like blown downwind of and then replenished through. It's called the Great Coincidence, is how it works. It's very fascinating. One of the most fascinating fluvial environments in existence. So what we may do is actually fly up this gap in the mountains here and use it to get back into the valley where Westcliff is and turn north. But yeah, there they are, the beautiful sand dunes in Colorado. Alright, let's go see if we can actually get to our the airport we want to get to without dying. And thank you H for sticking around. I know sometimes this isn't the most exciting content, but I do love like a nice chill flight like this. We can see, I don't think we can see the visitor center, but it's down there. And the road that comes in. So just down that way is that waterfall I was talking about. Down the front range, or the range of those mountains there, is that waterfall I spoke of that freezes up every year. And it is a beautiful and not very long hike. The hike is less than a mile to get to the waterfall, but in the winter it's very treacherous due to the icy conditions. You end up actually hiking across or down the stream on micro spikes, or what are they called? Or crampons to get to the waterfall itself. It's quite beautiful. All right, we're gonna fly through this canyon here. We should be heading to the east. Once we get through here, we'll turn north and head towards Cotopaxi. Probably right now, I don't have any avionics that would tell me we're probably encountering a fairly severe headwind coming through this this gap in the mountains here. But we will persevere through. This is the one thing about flying like a bush plane like this. You do not get anywhere quickly. Like these are slow planes. But low and slow is what they're for, you know? Planes like this, and we might want to do a mission like that sometime in Alaska, are still used to this day for mail delivery in Alaska. The U.S. Postal Service still flies a small fleet of small Cessnas and I believe Cubs to deliver mail in Alaska. And I believe the mail they deliver is delivered at a loss. They're, you know, the cost of flying the mail is more valuable than the mail. Now, you don't get your mail every day up there. You get it maybe once a week or once every 2 weeks. But they will fly a route, weather dependent, of course. They will fly a route and drop mail off multiple places. I think that would actually be a very fun mission to do one day on stream, as we do a set of mail flights. I think that would be super fun. Okay. We've had this engine at full throttle for a while. Why does it keep doing it? And we've only used 8% of our fuel. Okay, we're gonna get over these hills here, and then we're gonna turn the plane to the north and head towards Cotopaxi. Once we land there, that'll be our final, this will be our final flight of the day. I'm sorry it took so long to get set up. Flight Sim was doing what Flight Sim did. Do I have flaperons on this thing? No, I have actual flaps, okay. I would love to be able to drop this throttle back just a little bit. There we go. That's more reasonable. Okay, and we're slowly going to turn to the north here. Just like that. It's crazy, once you enter like level flight on this thing, it speeds up so fast. Need to adjust the sensitivity of my trim adjustments in this game a little bit, but that's okay. Now we're kind of in a mode where I'm going to descend slowly so we can continue flying low and slow across this range. This valley that we're flying over is just beautiful. Wow, why do you keep doing that? Yeah, there's Silver West right there. A beautiful. So we'll be flying over the town of Westcliff here in a second, which is just kind of a gorgeous, gorgeous area. One of my actual favorite spots in Colorado. There is a great, and I mean, I kid you not, a great pizza place down in Westcliff. Like, I kid you not, spectacular food. can see trails and little roads heading into the mountains. There used to be above the town of Westcliff a small ski resort that is now abandoned. I don't actually know if it's owned by anybody, but I've always felt that it would be amazing for, like, you know, some exploration. I don't know why my mouse keeps defaulting to, like, making my screen move. I'll have to sort that out later. It's very annoying. But that's okay. Right now we are just puttering along. Like I said, low and slow. We are still falling. I'm guessing this plane needs about 2/3 throttle to kind of stay in the air. Not a very powerful plane. We're probably making like 50 or 60 horsepower right now, which is hilarious because like the original Cubs made like 30 horsepower. They made nothing. They barely flew. And you can see this plane, I mean, we don't make a ton of power here. We're not moving quickly. We're actually crabbing sideways quite a bit to get where we're going. Let's go ahead. Once again, that happened. Very annoying. I feel like Microsoft Flight Simulator just can't be left on for a certain amount of time, you know? If you leave it on for a certain amount of time, it starts to get a little buggy. I found the solution, which is just to park my mouse off screen so that this doesn't happen. Oh, my lip sync is terrible today, too. Okay, here we go. Let me see if I move the... What's happening? Is that a crash? Did we crash? Okay, I'm not sure what that was. I don't know if you guys saw that, but that wasn't good. Flying pretty gently. I'm just playing with the different views the game gives me. I would not want to fly this plane like that. We're trimmed out pretty okay. Probably flying, I don't know, a couple hundred feet above the ground, 1,000 feet above the ground. But yeah, this valley is, the whole Westcliff, Silvercliff area is absolutely gorgeous. One of the most beautiful places in Colorado. I cannot describe to you how gorgeous these mountains look from the ground. Truly, unbelievably beautiful. Let's go ahead and check my VFR map here. Flying over an airport right now, but I don't want to fly into that one, so we'll just keep flying north. Enjoying this beautiful, beautiful day here in Colorado. Once again, the live weather thing that this game does is, it's not perfect, but man, is it better than most. Like, I have no doubt in my mind that the wind direction would be correct, and it is partly cloudy in the high country in Colorado. Beautiful farmhouses below us. There's some really good off-road trails. Hermit Pass is, we passed it a while ago, but Hermit Pass is an excellent off-road trail if you are moderately skilled in off-roading. I have done it before. Over Labor Day weekend, though, I actually did what I would say is probably the most difficult trail I've ever done off-road. I would not have taken my old Jeep up that trail, but my new Jeep has axle locks and a couple other little accoutrements that make trails like that quite a bit easier. Also, I got to electrically off-road over Labor Day weekend, and I gotta say, electric off-roading is a hell of a drug. The just instantaneous torque that the truck has is kind of amazing, and just, I mean, it's awesome. I'll be honest with you, my chat, because I know you don't judge me. When finances approve, I am considering a Cybertruck because I enjoyed electric off-roading so much that I think I might go for it. I might do the very, very stupid thing and pick up a Cybertruck. I know it's a dumb car. Don't try to talk me out of it. I don't even know if I'll ever get to a point where I can have one, but if I can, I'm pretty committed. I think they're just the coolest. I don't hate the way they look. I think the steer-by-wire thing is very cool. And if you have the dual motor one with the mechanical lockers, it is apparently fairly good off-road after the most recent software update they put into it. Well, while we're flying along here, let's see if we can get our CD01. Here's the airport list. CD01. Select a runway for landing. We're going to land runway 3. Okay. I announced position.
Charlie Delta 01 traffic
20 miles
Savage
south.
Alpha Sierra X-Ray Golf Sierra 20 miles south 9,900 feet inbound to land runway tree.
Okay, now the nice thing that's going to be fun to do here is we're just going to be able to set the plane down. Man, look how pretty it is outside. Kind of makes me want to go up into the high country. It's just beautiful out here. Tomorrow, Minecraft me and you, I will have to check. I have some plans tomorrow, but I will get in touch, I promise, okay? I promise. I just have to determine how long my plans are going to run, as I don't know. But I will try. I will get in touch and we will see what can be done. Okay. I need to know. Let's go to VFR map. I want to go to not here. I want to go up to here. CD01. What is the altitude? 6,200 feet. Well, we need to lose some altitude here in a second. It's still got me locked onto that airport back there, which I can't even see. We got a ways to go to get there, about 20 miles. Are you sure you know that you have Minecraft Bedrock? I believe I have both Java and Bedrock. And I'm pretty sure my playthrough is in Bedrock, so I think we should be okay. happy to play with you. I will be happy to play too. I just have to make sure. Like I said, you are witnessing right now basically the free time that I have this week. I don't get a lot of free time these days. I use a lot of it for streaming because I really like streaming. Like this has been actually one of the better hobbies I've ever had. Should be getting close. Let's check our VFR map again. Let's turn onto our heading. We'll leave the mountains behind now. We're going to be landing runway 3, about 30 degrees off north. I'm sleepy from playing Valorant. Yeah, I can see how playing that game for 13 hours would make you very sleepy. Like, I can see why you're sleeping. Okay. Hope you too. You hope I'm sleeping? I will probably sleep pretty good tonight. I slept exceptionally last night. I've been sleeping very well recently. Lost her there for a second. Come on, girl. Sleep is good. I do enjoy a good sleep. I like good sleeps a lot. Okay, now what we're doing here. Check and see how close we've got. I mean, we're not far off of where we want to go. The only thing I love about sleeping is my bed. I have a nice bed. I actually really enjoy a good sleep. Like, a couple of good dreams, you know? I really should have set my altimeter before I took off. That was dumb of me. I have driven through this area, this valley that we're in now. Sorry, big yawn. But I've never actually spent a lot of time here. I have lots of fun facts about most of Colorado. This area, I don't have a ton of fun facts about. Just flying low and slow, enjoying the surrounding landscape. We do have a landing coming up here, and I am just trying to get set up. We are supposed to be landing on runway 3, so we're going to come out a little bit more. Looking for is a river. If we find the river, we'll find the airport. The game seems to think it's over that way. And I'm just trying to line up for wherever we're landing. I'm not really that worried about not being able to land. This plane is definitely the type of plane that will land in 500 feet. Alright, what we may end up having to do here to find this thing is we may have to do a low pass to see the river. What side of the river is this on? Okay, it's on the far side shore of the river. I haven't even seen the river yet. Flying along at about 60 miles an hour ground speed here, looking for this gosh darn airport, and I think I'm still pretty far away. So I'm going to give her some throttle here, and we're going to keep searching. Let's get our position here.
Charlie Delta 01 traffic Savage Alpha Sierra X-ray Golf
We still
Sierra
have 7 miles to
south
go.
8,500 feet inbound to land
So
runway
we may do
tree.
a loop around this airport to get our bearings, and then we'll come in and land at it. Because frankly, I have no earthly idea where this thing is. Unless there's a pretty solid valley on the other side of this hill, my little thing where it points me at my airport when I pull the trigger is looking directly down at the ground. And I know we're not above where we're going, so I think there's a ridge here. And I think the way we do this is we just clear this ridge. And then we'll drop down into the airport. So let me go ahead and set up our flaps. Flaps down. We're encountering a pretty solid, piece of crosswind here. Yeah, I think this is what's going to happen. And I am wondering if it just came into view. Okay, that looks to be it. Is that it in the distance? I think that's it in the distance. I think I see it. It's either that or it's that. Well, let's fly down and check. I don't think it's that. I think I see it over there. Yep, I'm pretty sure that's it over that little hill. know if this clearing up here is it. Sorry I got really quiet, everybody. I just have no idea what I'm doing right now. There is a pretty big clearing right there. I think that's our guy. Alright, let's kill our throttle. Let's get our flaps out. Put our throttle back up. That is our guy. Here we go, everybody. Very quiet right now. I'm gonna take some flap out of this thing because it is trying to drop out of the sky. That second stage of flap on. Okay, we actually need that second stage of flap. It's all that's holding us from speeding up. Tight, everybody. Buddy. Oh. That was a scary one. Now, where do I park this thing? Oh, there's some planes over there. I'll just roll over that way. One of the things I don't think Flight Sim gets perfectly great is you'll see like $1 million planes sitting on what is essentially grass runways. And I've always really wondered about that one. I mean, that's not to say that, like, you can't land a very nice airplane on a grass runway, but you'll fly into, like, bush airports and see the planes like that guy right there. And I don't know. I don't know if I'd land that plane out there. Okay. What the heck is that thing? Is that a dude? Hang on, everybody. I got distracted. That is a guy. Okay. It's like some Bigfoot crap going on. All right. Parking brake on. Let's go ahead and shut that down. Close that. Strobe lights off. Okay, there's that off. Ignition off. Avionics off. And that's all I got to turn off for this plane, everybody. I think we'll call it there. This has been a great stream, kind of long, not the most exciting in the world. I was actually thinking, everybody, if you guys wouldn't mind, I'd like to go back to Kerbal and try to build some space planes. So I might do that on my next stream next weekend. I have someone who is literally just screaming at me to play Frostpunk, even though I'm very bad at it. So we might do some Frostpunk as well. So anywho, I'm really thankful for everybody coming in and watching with me today. It's always exciting and fun when people hang out and like to chill. I'll hit you up soon and we'll see if we can get some Minecraft done. Thank you for the raid, by the way. But yeah, thanks for everybody who stopped by. And once again, I would like to throw a special thank you out to the crazy group of people who watch this content on YouTube. Thank you so much. All right, everybody. You guys have if I don't get to stream again this weekend, everybody have a wonderful, wonderful week. Remember that you all matter and life may suck sometimes, but just keep on keeping on. I know that sounds goofy, but life's been rough for me recently. And, you know, I've been head down, head first through the breach, and I'm hoping that it gets better very soon. So thank you, everybody, and have a lovely rest of your weekend.